Welcome to the NCAA Baseball Regionals presented by Capital One. Welcome back to Gainesville, Florida. Day number 2 of the Gainesville Regional. Jimmy Janicki and the Troy Trojans set to take on the Rider Broncs in our first elimination game. The rain has passed by for now, and we are ready for the first of 2 at Condon Ballpark here at the University of Florida. We got 2 thrillers yesterday, the 4th-seeded Broncs and Matt Leahy gave Florida all they could handle, going up 6-4 in the 8th. It was tied in the 9th. Brendan Lawson walked it off for the Gators as they pulled off a thrilling win here on their home field. And then after a 4-hour and 15-minute weather delay, Troy and Miami were finally on the field. Drew Nelson tied the game with a 2-run shot in the 8th inning. Max Galvin, though, part of a big bottom of the 8th inning for the Hurricanes. They scored 5 times and picked up the win. So tonight, 8 o'clock Eastern time, that's the scheduled time as we take you to the bracket, it will be Miami and Florida going head-to-head, a couple of teams that are 1-0. Our first elimination game is right now in this double elimination tournament. It's Troy and Rider. It's Lance Cormier, it's Eric Freed. It's a pleasure to be with you. We have a 2-hour delay here from the original scheduled time to get Troy and Rider on the field. Resiliency was a big word yesterday from coast to coast. It'll be a big word today, especially here starting in game number 1.
Yeah, and this is one of those things where you're talking elimination day, the season's on the line. All these other things, yes, they're there, but they were glad they got an extra 2 hours anyway of sleep. So, but this is the point where you got to block out all those external circumstances, make plays, and just the cream's going to rise to the top. Who can keep their season going?
Perhaps a bigger challenge for Troy because their game against Miami last night wrapped up at 1:53 a.m. Eastern time. Rider, of course, played the earlier game, so we'll see who's got the energy. We do know that the Trojans can generate that energy, and they are ready to go, as are the Broncs. We will have the Rider lineup and our first pitch when we come back. Take a look at the starting lineup for the Rider Broncs, the MAC regular season and tournament champions. Very familiar look. That includes Matt Leahy down in the 9-hole. He was 2 for 4 with that big home run in the 9th inning against Florida that tied the game up at 7. Will Gallagher in his familiar leadoff spot. And for Leahy, it was his first home run since homering against Lehigh back in April of 2024, his first home run of the season. On the mound for the Troy Trojans out of the Sun Belt Conference, getting the start here today is Hayden Smith.
Yeah, it's not the Hayden Smith from Arkansas, the first rounder. They wish it was, but my man's going for his 6th start of the year. True 4-pitch mix, and that's when he's going to really mix in the slider, the curveball, the changeup, and really coming on strong as of late. Last 12 and a third innings, only 2 earned runs. Sparkling numbers right here.
4-0. His batting average against is .213. So we'll see what happens here for Troy. As I mentioned, 1:53 was the time of the final out earlier this morning. So Skylar Mead's team's got the quick turnaround here. Skylar now in his 5th season as the Troy head coach. His team in the field here, and I am pleased and I got to admit, pretty shocked to say I see sunshine and shadows on the field here.
There is some sunshine.
We did not see that a little over an hour ago. It rained pretty hard. The tarp was down, but they pulled it up. Grounds crew continues to do a phenomenal job. This field continues to drain really well, and it's needed to because we got dumped on last night. We got heavy rain before this game, but we are ready to go. Sunshine, 82 degrees. As the first pitch is thrown by Hayden Smith, and it misses for ball 1. Again, this game was originally scheduled to start at 1 o'clock Eastern time, but because the Troy-Miami game went beyond 1 a.m. last night, you need to start that 12-hour clock after the last out, so they decided to go with the 3 p.m. start time here today. So instead of 6 p.m. for Game 2 tonight, that's 8 p.m. Eastern time. And again, I'm just saying it because I present the facts. The weather is in flux, so we could be dealing with delays again, but right now, really nice. We're enjoying it. I'm not saying anything else.
I like how you did influx. It's there, right? I mean, we obviously understand it's Gainesville. It's
hedging.
It's starting the summertime. Of course, it's always influx. But I mean, you're right. You got to give a lot of credit to the grounds crew and just the design of this field. Boy, it had so much rain and water, and it drained so well last night.
There's a strike, 3-1 to Gallagher. 278 on the season, was 0 for 3 with a couple of walks against Florida yesterday. And it's a leadoff walk for Gallagher as he gets away from Janicki back behind the plate. He walks for a 3rd time in this regional to start things here in the 1st for the Broncs. Rider from Lawrenceville, New Jersey. Had a great run in the regular season in the MAC, and they won the MAC tournament. They had to win the, if necessary, final game against Fairfield. Did so 6-1. Tournament that took place in Wappingers Falls, New York. Eric Hartman was 3 for 15 with 3 runs batted in that MAC tournament. 0 for 4 yesterday. Fouls it off. Hartman at .314 on the season, the senior right fielder. Hayden Smith has been pitching well, as Lance mentioned. His first start was against Marshall a little over a month ago, April 26th. Soft liner to center. Meyer drifts under it. He's got it, 1 down.
Good way to answer back, get back in the zone. And maybe a little nerve that first batter, but after that leadoff walk, he's able to get back in the zone and get an out.
Here's Kyle Neary, who's now 2nd on this team in hitting, but just by 1 point. 347 on the season, a team best 49 RBIs. He takes strike 1.
You know, Eric, in an elimination game like this, this is where you need your stars to shine, right? We know that Kyle Neary is the guy that they are looking to be in that 3-hole spot, right? He's going to come up, obviously, with opportunities to drive in some runs. And if Ryder's going to advance, they're going to need their stars to be that good.
1-1 to Neary. And he is one of the stars for Ryder, first team all-conference each of the last 2 years. Redshirt junior from Williamstown, New Jersey. Oh for 3 with a walk and a run scored yesterday. The flip to first to check on Gallagher, who is 7 of 11 on stolen bases this season. That's out of play. It's comfortable, 82 degrees, but with the sun shining, the humidity is still up. Even Kevin O'Sullivan commented yesterday after the game saying, along the lines of, that was the most humid day they had had here in Gainesville during this season. So it's an adjustment for the Gators a bit. It was an adjustment for everybody just to try to settle in and deal with the heat. Fly ball to the right fielder, Houston Markham, drifts back. 2 down. It was pleasant last night after all the rain and the storms moved through. But, when you have a first pitch at 10:15 p.m. and you're playing at 1:30 in the morning, even in Gainesville, Florida, it's going to cool off nicely at night. That was the case for what Troy dealt with. Ryder was done at 4 in the afternoon, give or take, yesterday after playing against the Gators. So they were back in their hotels, hotel rooms, feet up, watching that long battle between Mother Nature and the Trojans and the Hurricanes. Another check on Gallagher at first.
And that was a lot of the conversation with Florida's coach, Kevin O'Sullivan. And I texted him after the game. I said, we talked about it, but this is the reason you play the first game. He was at home, and they're sitting there just, watching the game, not having to worry about that. And the other teams have to play late.
Line shots. Christian Lee, the third base coach, a little limbo to make sure he gets out of the way.
Same thing with the umpires. They have 6 umpires here even though there's 4 out there. So what they do is the first base umpire, the next game, has a day off. He does the plate, and then he has another game off. So James Ainsworth, the home plate umpire now, I ran into him on the plane. We talked, ended up being both from Louisiana, so we kind of hit it off a little bit. And he told me his scenario, and he ended up having yesterday off. And I was like, well, that's a good, that's the perfect game to get off, to lead the day. He goes, I was in bed at 10:30. I said, oh, we were 15 minutes into game 2.
Smith concerned with Gallagher at first. As a team, Ryder 53 stolen bases on the season, 1 for 1 Friday. Off the plate for a ball, 1-1 to Anthony Pascal. Had the grand slam yesterday for the Bronx in the top half of the 8th inning. It was a 4-0 lead for Florida, and then Ryder came up with 6 in the 8th as they sent 9 to the plate.
He was like a match to gasoline. Like the moment his ball went out of the yard, Ryder seemed to square up every ball. They had some belief. It was like his first 7 innings, zeros on the board. Looked like a very not confident team, and all of a sudden he takes that ball into the berm out there into some of the former Ryder Bronx players, and after that it was another 2-run home run. And then the 9th inning, Leahy, we mentioned almost 750 days since his last home run.
You did the math. I trust you. You ddid it.
We'll give it an ish.
Numbers guy. There goes Gallagher. Ground ball too short. Gobbled up there by Paisecki. The throw over to Cavill at first, and that will do it for Ryder in the top half of the first. Elimination game number 1 here in Gainesville. Troy coming to the plate next. Troy Trojans from Alabama, one of 5 Sun Belt teams in the NCAA tournament. First time that the Sun Belts had 5 teams in the tourney. Here's a look at their lineup. Very familiar look to yesterday. Blake Cavell, the senior leader of this team from Australia, was 2 for 4. The 2 hits, a couple of doubles, a couple of RBI in that game with Miami last night.
Yeah, same type of situation, right? Blake Cavell, Jimmy Janicki, those are the guys that make this Troy offense go, and Cavell had a good game, but it's going to be a point where you need Jimmy Janicki to protect him. If not, they're going to pitch around Blake Cavell.
Sophomore out of New Jersey on the mound for Rider, Kyle Batts.
Well, handing the ball to the sophomore, 15th start of the year, so he has taken the ball every single weekend. You see it 88-92. It's really going to be a sinker-slider combo with the ball on, running into the right-handed hitters away from the lefties, and then that slider obviously going the opposite way. But the biggest thing, you see those walks, 35 walks in 69 innings. He's got to throw more strikes if they want to have a chance to win.
Opponents hitting .298 against Bat this season. We made the start in Game 2 of the MAC tournament. No decision, went 4 1/3, 3 hits, didn't give up a run on 73 pitches. Came on in relief in that championship finale against Fairfield. Didn't give up a hit in an inning and a third. He came in after the start by P.J. Craig on 1 day's rest. Dr. Barry Davis, the acting head coach, now in his 21st season. If you weren't with us yesterday, he had retired. Lee Lipinski took over. Lipinski in his would-be second season, but he's on personal leave right now, so they asked Dr. Davis to come out of retirement. And he said, why not? I love baseball, and here he is coaching a Rider team in the NCAA tournament yet again.
Well, I love it. I mean, it was a joy to talk to him. He's obviously got the passion to instill leadership and to just help mold these kids into men. I mean, that's his number one passion. So obviously when he got an opportunity and they said, hey, would you like to join? He said, absolutely. And what better group of guys? You have a bunch of seniors, a bunch of guys that he can really pour his knowledge and everything into the ball game with.
It was announced in January, so certainly some questions, and you would just assume there would be a struggle in the transition, but no, Rider, because they're such a veteran team, and Barry talked about this, 22 juniors and seniors, so he had a hand in bringing a lot of those guys to Lawrenceville, so they knew him, he knew them, and that made the transition easier, but give a lot of credit to him and these players for what could have been a very challenging, difficult transition. Here they are, MAC regular season and tournament champions.
And I think that's what helped his decision, is he knew he had a veteran ball club that would understand his methods and the way he goes about the business.
Fouled back by Aaron Pisecki, leadoff hitter for this Troy team. 2 for 5 with a run scored yesterday. He's worked the count full against Kyle Bat to get things started here in the first. It's a leadoff single for Pisecki. First team all-conference selection in the Sun Belt. Gets his 14th hit of the postseason. He had 11 in the Sun Belt tournament.
Yeah, he stays hot. I mean, this is a beautiful left-handed swing. Just short, compact. Watch this ball just run right back over the middle part of the plate. Anytime that happens, boy, that's a good piece of hitting. But you see, it keeps the head. I mean, the head stays down. You always hear nose down to the barrel, and just obviously it's a lot easier said than done, or I guess simplified, right? You see the ball hit the bat. It's the easiest way to hit, right?
Here's Josh Pine, senior third baseman, takes ball 1. Pine 1 for 5 with a run scored yesterday, 280 on the season.
Eric, we mentioned Hayden Smith was paying a lot of attention to the leadoff hitter Gallagher once he got on, and both these teams really don't run much. Troy actually had 8 stolen bases in the tournament to have 49 all year. So, but this is a guy, Pisecki, he's 9 for 9, so he is one that might look to run.
2-1 the count to Pine. There's the check. Pine back safe. Pisecki rather back safely. Pine from Bloomfield, Indiana, spent the last 3 seasons with the Hoosiers. Appeared in 5 games last season before taking a medical red shirt. He's had a very good first full season with Troy. Lifts a fly ball to Kyle Neary in left. 1 down. That'll bring up a player who quickly became a fan favorite of these 2 fans in the booth up here.
Yes.
Blake Cavell, senior from Australia. 2 for 4, a couple of doubles last night. Second on the team in home runs to Janicki. He's got 12. And he takes strike 1.
Easiest word to describe him, character. Because, I mean, it's a different guy right there.
Yeah, when you say character, too, like it could really be defined in many, many ways.
Right, so yes, I'm saying
he
take
needs
that
a word. He needs a word that you
expand
can
it.
really expand it, yeah. Tried to expand our vocabulary a little bit when we talked to him a couple of days ago because he's the guy, as you've seen, he gets the team pumped up and said he shares a few choice words from Australia, which turns out are words that are choice words in America too, but you know, when you say them with an Australian accent, they just hit better.
It just comes out better. I love it. I asked him, and he was so quick. I said, because I played with a couple Australian players, and I said, well, who's your favorite Aussie? And he's like, oh, Peter Moylan. And I think it's his godfather.
His godfather,
yeah, so
yes.
It was a reliever from the Atlanta Braves who, when he signed, he literally got signed out of a World Baseball Classic. He said he was working for his uncle. And, I mean, Peter Moylan, obviously the career explains himself. I mean, a nasty sidearm reliever, had a really good career with the Braves. But yeah, he was quick to it.
That's in there. Good pitch made by Bat to get Cavell looking 2 down.
This is what you're going to have to do. Kyle Bat, 2-2 count, goes there and just goes breaking ball. Back door, boys, frozen. That is a beautiful pitch right there to a big-time hitter.
And Blake will just keep talking. Sometimes it's to himself, but that's fine. Jimmy Janicki swings at the first pitch, lifts it deep to left. It's going to stay in the park, but carries back to the track where Neary's got it. And that will do it for the Trojans in the first. 1 inning in the books in this elimination game. We're scoreless in Gainesville. Ryder was hanging around yesterday against the Florida Gators. There's a 4-0 game, but then they went to work late. And when they went to work, they put in the work. 6 runs scored in that 8th inning to go on top 6-4. And then Florida got 3 in the bottom of the 8th.
Yeah.
Leahy hit 1 in the 9th before the walk-off home run that we showed you before by Lawson.
And wrapped in all that, right, it was P.J. Craig. You see those numbers, the first 7 innings. Like Florida was on cruise control. Russell Sandiford was really good, 5 1/3. McDonald came in. He shut it down. And then all of a sudden they go to their high leverage relievers, and that's when Ryder really exploded for those 7 runs.
Charlie McGulick will lead things off. He is now the leading hitter for this team, 348 after going 2 for 4 with a double and a run scored against the Gators yesterday. The interesting thing about yesterday's game, Leahy hits that home run to tie the game, but just with the way things were happening, you just knew that Florida had something special up their sleeves. We didn't necessarily know we wouldn't have to wait very long because it was Lawson leading things off, but Brendan Lawson's been doing special things for the Gators, especially in recent weeks here, helping them to the #1 seed here in this Gainesville Regional.
Yeah, you're talking about a guy that started the season as hot as anybody, but now after a little midseason slump coming back from an injury, his last 10 ball games got 6 home runs, and I thought it was really cool. Never thought about it until you mentioned it out, but the first pitch the Gators saw was a homer, and the last pitch they saw was a homer for the walk-off victory.
Kyle Jones took the first pitch of the regional for Florida deep, and then the walk-off in the celebration, ice bucket dump on home plate.
Yeah, like if you go back and look, I don't think Brendan Larson got most of the bucket. I think one of the other players got most of the bucket.
So you see Florida and Miami coming up tonight, 8 o'clock Eastern time. They'll be on ACC Network. Winner of this game will take on the loser of that game tomorrow here in Gainesville. Into the shift ground ball, that's Paiseki, the shortstop on the second base side. Puts it away for out #1 as McGulick is retired. They'll bring up Nick Schuett, who came up with one of those big hits that you just saw after the grand slam by Pascal. McGulick had the double, and then Schuett hit the 2-run shot, stretching his hitting streak to 9 games, and during that stretch hitting .417. It's a memorable way to keep a modest hitting streak going.
For sure. And yesterday was that perfect explanation of, like, you always got to keep the foot on the gas, because a 4-run lead, and it's almost like you leave a team and let them stick around, they're going to make a run, and they made a run late. Boy, and Ryder put every bit of scare into the Florida Gator dugout, the fans, everybody that follows Florida.
This is a fly ball to right field. Markham's got it. 2 down as Schuett is retired. Well, that's the thing. Yesterday for this regional, the ball was jumping. There were 11 home runs here in the 2 games. That was the second most of all the regional sites yesterday. Austin was #1 with 12 home runs.
And for the most part, you see the flags kind of going across into that right center field gap. The most part of the day, the flags were actually kind of coming in. So it just showed you the ball was jumping here. And it really didn't jump until, obviously, the first batter, Kyle Jones, you mentioned, but the fireworks went on display in the 8th and 9th inning for the Bronx and the Gators.
Kane McDonald, Cade Curlin, and Lawson all homering in the 8th and 9th inning for Florida. And 3 homers for the Bronx in the 8th and 9th inning. Pascal, Schuett, and Leahy. Sophomore second baseman Elliot Medlock swinging a miss, and it's 0-2. Medlock at .285 on the season, 0 for 4 yesterday. Do the 0-2 again. We had our weather challenges here yesterday. We were not alone up the road in Tallahassee. Issues. Lincoln, we've been tracking Auburn, watching the Tigers, of course, and following squeeze play, and too many, I don't want to call them beauty shots of the tarp on the field, because there's nothing beautiful about that, but so many regions just fighting through it, including this one. Strikeout for Smith, 1-2-3, goes right in the second. Fireworks last night for Troy taking on Miami. This was a hotly contested game. There were some mistakes made by Troy, certainly in the field. They had 3 errors. There were some wild pitches. There were some decisions that they would love to have back.
Right.
There was an assistant coach who got ejected, the hitting coach from the game. There was tons of stuff packed into that game for Troy against Miami in that 10-5 loss.
Yeah, right there. You saw the way Skylar made the hands on the hips that said it all. You had a cross-up on one of those. You also had a missed bunt, throw behind. I mean, it's all about just executing in the small things. Coaches preach it, and a lot of times players just overlook it, and you can't. I mean, you see small things win ball games.
Stephen Meyer to lead things off against Kyle Badd here in the second inning. So Ben Wolgamott has to sit out because he was ejected yesterday, the hitting coach. So Ryan Feynman is the guy taking that spot for Troy here today. See the conversation going on back behind. And Skylar Meade wears a lot of hats and helmets when he goes down to coach third.
Yeah,
but
what
handles
you did there.
the pitching.
I was going to do the same. Dad joke. Quick to it.
By the way, when the sun is out, those helmets really pop for Troy.
Yeah, chrome helmets, a lot like what Notre Dame would wear. But you got some guys that have been slamming the helmets after some outs, it looks like.
A little beat up, some mileage on
some mileage
those
on
helmets.
Yeah, like that's a couple outs that you didn't expect to happen, right? Or maybe a bad pitch you thought went against you.
Or maybe it's like, a headbutt, or you take the helmet off to tap the helmets after a home run. No,
I'm gonna go helmet toss.
Going negative?
I'm going helmet toss. Well, he had a
Drew Nelson's
but he had a stretch last night with a home run robbery in the 7th, and then came up in the top of the 8th and went deep himself.
This is a line drive to left. He'll drop in front of Mirai, and it is a base hit to start things here in the second for Stephen Meyer.
That was a good conversation right there. And with the acting hitting coach, is that what we're going to call it?
Yeah.
If we call Dr. Davis the acting head coach, I like that.
It's your job right now, and you're doing a great job.
Yeah,
You get a leadoff single.
Got the most hits out here. We got 2 hits
But you got a
for
guy
Troy
like
Trojans.
Stephen Meyer, who's reached base in 7 straight plate appearances. Dealing with a guy who's doing something right. That's 16 straight games that Meyer has reached base after the leadoff single here in the second. And here is Drew Nelson.
And Meyer is the only other guy, right? We mentioned Pisecki having the 9 stolen bases. So does Stephen Meyer. He has been caught 8 times, though, so his success rate is not great, but he would be a guy that would look to run.
1-1 the count to Nelson, senior left fielder. 1 for 4. That one was the home run in the 8th inning yesterday that tied the game with Miami at 5. Actually, I'm going to walk that back. I think that was today, because 8th inning was definitely today, earlier today when he hit that home run. I said
for
yesterday.
sure, for sure.
It's just a blur after a while. 4-hour and 15-minute delay.
I remember one time last night you said something about we were in the 7th. If we happen to get this game in, they'd have to push it, or before 1. We didn't even finish that inning before 1. You were like worried about the game, and that inning was like a 22-minute inning. We're like, all right, yeah, we're definitely past 1.
A guy can dream, right?
Always.
Let's go. Throw, put it in play. Let's move it. 3-1 to count to Nelson. Mentioned it before. 153 is when it ended for Troy last night. And they got the first 2 aboard here in the bottom half of the second inning.
Obviously, it's a tough position to be in once you lose your first game and to battle back if you have, obviously, sights and hopes to take a regional championship. It's going to take a lot of pitching, but it also takes some offense. Like these are games where you need your offense to come alive, maybe score some runs and hold some high leverage guys for other games that you're going to need them, just because it's a long road to the championship. Obviously, just getting this one in, though, I mean, this is where your season's on the line, but being able to continue to attack it, but look for these offenses to try to put a lot of pressure, score some runs.
Here's Sean Darnell, 2 for 4 with a run batted in last night, 264 on the season. Ryder checking on Meyer, who was paying attention. Meyer at second, Nelson at first for Darnell with nobody out. Strike one. You're my Alabama guy. We were talking about this a couple of days ago. He's from Wetumpka, right? I got it right?
Yeah, Wetumpka.
Okay. I just want to make sure.
Some will say, Wetumpka. Some will really emphasize the Wetumpka.
Okay.
It was one of my favorite cities, the name of it, when I went to Alabama. Moved there as a 18-year-old freshman going to the University of Alabama from Lafayette, Louisiana. And I'm like, there was two cities, Sylacauga and Wetumpka. And I'm like, that's Alabama cities.
We're looking at the guy from Wetumpka at the plate right now. 1-2 to Darnell. Grounded right side. They'll get the force at second. No throw to first. So first and third with one down for Troy. Number 8 hitter Jake Boroff will come up to the plate. Jake Boroff is hitting 174. The junior DH was 0 for 4 yesterday. Would be a perfect time for Jabe and Troy for him to get off the schneid. He looks at ball one.
Kyle Bat just needs another one of those ground balls like he did. It was going to be a tough double play. Love how Magulik attacked that ball, made a nice strong throw to the shortstop. This is another one too. Get that ball on the ground, maybe get you one pitch, get yourself out of an inning.
Checking on Meyer again, this time over at third. One and one. One ball, two strikes to Boroff.
You want to get the ground ball. That's exactly where you want to be. The last two pitches have been right on the bottom part of that zone. Perfect placement.
Off the elbow. He was ready to take it. Hurt a little bit more than he wanted to by the looks of it, but the base is now loaded for Troy with one out.
You see him drop down with that breaking ball, just not able to get there. I don't know if they're going to.
I
want to take a look at that.
Wouldn't you?
Yeah. He tried to stick the elbow guard out there, but he got on the tricep. But you're right, that might be something I want to take a look at. Don't look like they will, though.
Here's Houston Markham, number 9 hitter with the bases loaded.
Because that turns into a punch out. You go from bases loaded, 1 out, go back to first and second, 2 outs.
One and one. Markham was 0 for 4 yesterday, had a good Sun Belt tournament, was 7 of 18 with 5 runs scored. Ground ball, too short. Will it be 2 to second for 1? The throw to first is not in time. And Troy is on top 1-0 as Meyer scores.
Well, the non-review might have cost him a run. He gets the ground ball, and it's hit hard enough, but Houston Markham out of the box, left-handed hitter, way too much speed. You see how hard it was hit. It took a little bit of time for Medlock to get there. Leahy does a strike, but Medlock catches the ball, has to find the bag. It's the bad luck. Ball hit a little too hard.
Back to the top of the order for Piasecki, who takes strike one. Senior singled in the first. His third hit of the regional. Stretching his hitting streak to 7 games, his on-base streak to 13 games. 1-1. Bat up above 40 pitches as he works here in the second. Line shot, will it stay up? It will, as Hartman charges and puts it away to retire the side. Troy breaks through in the second. It's 1-0. We'll talk with the Rider head coach, Dr. Barry Davis, next. Here in Gainesville, Dr. Barry Davis with the headset on. Barry, thank you for joining us. I want to take a step back before we take a step forward. Very impressive work by your team yesterday against a very good Florida team. What did you like most about the fight of your group yesterday?
Well, it's an experienced group, and we got a window there. We got a 2-out grand slam, 2-strike grand slam. Certainly opened the door to get some momentum. We just couldn't close it.
Well, Coach, Hayden Smith on the mound right here. Obviously, no hits so far through the 2. What does the offense have to do to get to him?
Well, I mean, we're getting ready to go through the order here. We're at 8-9-1. We're going to see him for a second time. Hopefully, make some adjustments, get some better pitches to hit. It's only 1-0. It's still early. We got time. We just got to be patient and be gritty at the plate, be tough outs, and let's see where it takes us.
This formula that worked pretty well yesterday. We'll see how it plays out today. Thank you, Barry. We appreciate it.
All right, thank you.
I love how I said be gritty. Like that's exactly what they need to be. You just got to fight, claw, lay off pitches, just do everything you can. Just exactly kind of what Troy did, right? Don't get out of the way of that breaking ball inside, wear it off the arm. Anything to get on base.
Peter Crespo is the number 8 hitter, leading things off here for Rider in the third. Two 2-0 to Crespo. 0 for 3 with a walk yesterday. 3-0. Get the 8-9 hitters to make Smith work a little bit, see a few extra pitches, and then turn the lineup over. Second time through, as Barry just mentioned. There's a strike on the inside. 3-1. Crespo, the sophomore from Philadelphia, in the DH spot. Pops it up. This looks playable. It's a long run for the third baseman, but getting there is Pine. One down. Matt Leahy, that power hitter, delivered against Florida yesterday.
Yeah, but watch this swing. Look, it's been almost 750. We'll give it an ish day. We don't know exactly, but that swing into the bullpen, and right here, the celebration, like, I've done this before. I remember what this feels like.
But he's usually the one waiting, as we said yesterday, for the guy who hit the home run, the teammate, to welcome the teammate. He was that teammate being welcomed by the team after hitting the home run. His first of the season, his first in 2 years.
We got to get with that. We got to get with him and see what that felt like. Like, just a relief. I mean, because obviously that tied up the ball game. I mean, you're talking about the emotional roller coaster that the Bronx team took themselves on with scoreless through 7. Little shot right here.
Stay hot. Line shot to left by the number 9 hitter. He has his 3rd hit of the regional.
Yes,
2
sir.
for 4 yesterday with that home run. He has the first hit of the game for Ryder.
Boy, that's just a good piece of hitting. Ball out over the plate. Beautiful little swings. Compact, short little guy, but packs a little punch.
Going to assume Blake, the talkative first baseman down there, probably giving him praise for the home run he hit against Florida yesterday.
No doubt.
Something along the lines of, how'd that feel, mate? You know, I'm not going to do the Aussie.
You threw the mate. I like it. Look at him. He's already smiling. Yeah. We saw it last night with him and Derek Williams with Miami. Conversation going, both of them with smiles just like that.
All business right now. And then come on back to first base and let's pick up the conversation a little bit. Blake Cavell strikes me as someone like great teammate. Now the umpire loves Blake.
They got John Bird in the conversation. He's laughing too.
Great teammate, but also one of those guys like, man, I like playing against that guy. Check over to first.
Yeah, there's certain guys that when you watch or when you're in the opposing dugout, you're like, I can't stand, watching him play. But then when you play with him, you're like, wow, man, I like him having my teammate. Blake Cavell's just a guy that you're going, I'm glad he's on my team, but it's actually kind of cool to play against him because it's fun.
Well, you think about, like, all right, when you see a talkative first baseman, someone who comes to mind like Freddie Freeman, when the guys get mic'd up, you always wonder as a fan, and you play the game, right? Like, what's the conversation down there? And something strikes me with Blake just making jokes, getting guys to laugh. How great do we have it here playing in Florida? There goes the runner. It's fouled out of play.
Well, obviously, you mentioned Freddie Freeman. He's a guy that will do that. Miguel Cabrera was one of those guys. And the one that you obviously don't want to mess with, Adrian Beltre, which everybody seemed to mess with, just touching his head. But everybody, it's really cool out there. There was one time, so actually my first hit in the big leagues was a line drive to Lance Berkman in right field. I'm a pitcher. He's playing super shallow in right field. And all of a sudden, as I take a swing, I look up and I hit a line drive to him, a one-hopper, and he's just coming up firing at first.
He's
and
trying
I'm like,
to throw you out of first.
Oh, yes. And I'm like, oh, my gosh. I'm running. And, I mean, it was a close play. I don't know. And our first base coach, Tommy Jones, rest in peace. He was our farm director turned first base coach. He throws the safe sign out. The first base umpire gives safe. I get to second base, and the umpire goes, that would have been bad. You'd have made Sports Center the wrong way. So, they're all having fun at the same time.
So when you're safe at first, almost thrown out by the right fielder, I don't know if you remember because your head's probably spinning. What is the first baseman at the time saying to you? Is like, man, you would have been Sports Center, not top 10 at that moment.
Yeah, that's what. And it's like, I mean, I just try to say I hit it so hard. It was one of those, I took a massive swing.
And do not underestimate your speed. I mean, when you had to, you could turn it up.
Yeah, turned it on. No, it was really bad. And yeah, he said that would not have been fun. I'm like, you dang right it wouldn't have been.
I'm just like racking my brain through the last several years, Major League Baseball. You just mentioned some good ones. I remember Kevin Millar being a guy playing for the Red Sox. Like he reminds me a little bit of Blake. Like sometimes you'd be down there like, hey, man, enough. Be quiet.
You nailed it. I mean, Kevin Millar was a guy who always liked to have fun. I mean, this was one of those things. You're playing a game, right? This is a game. Yes, it becomes a business even now, right? The NIL has creeped into college sports, and it's turned into it more of a business. But once you get to the professional baseball, you got to keep the fun in the game. And so guys like Cavell are doing that. But Kevin Millar, that's a good comp.
Gallagher walks for the second time, 2 on with 1 out here in the 3rd inning. So Leahy goes down to the loneliness of second base because there's nobody down there to have a running dialogue with. Now bring up Eric Hartman. Back up the middle, solid single. Leahy being waved around. He'll score Ryder's first run. No one's covering second base, so a good heads-up play by Hartman to take the extra bag. Second and third, one out and a run in. It's 1-1.
I don't expect the Bronx to go quietly, but this is a little breaking ball, middle part of the zone. Hartman just stays on it, and I love the hustle. Like you say, smart baseball players, they don't throw the ball in. He sees an open bag. After the RBI, he gets to second base. We got two guys in the scoring position with only one out.
RBI number 40 on the season for Eric Hartman. And then we talked about the mistakes. We showed you before the errors for Troy. They had 3 fielding errors, mental error there with no one on the bag, allowing the runner to take the extra base and get into scoring position. So Skylar Meade comes out to have a little talk with his battery and his infield after that play.
Yeah, he talked about just the makeup of his team. He's a coach that's going to kind of adapt to his players, and he said sometimes these guys, I really got to jump on them. And I mean, this is, to me, looks like one of those meetings like, hey, look, we can't allow little things like that to happen, right? You cover second base, now you still have a double play in order. You don't cover second base, they get second and third and only one out, and allow a big inning can happen. One-run innings don't beat you. It's the ones that they put up the crooked numbers, and when you don't play the game the right way like they just did, that allows for a big inning.
Bullpen starting to fill up a little bit during that timeout. So Troy getting arms ready here in the third, or at least to be in position to be ready. Nearai at the plate. Flied out to right his first time. One.
At the beginning of the game, Eric, we talked about superstars getting it done when it matters most. And yes, Kyle Nearai is one of their guys. Charlie Magulik's got the average up there as well with the hit streak. But, man, when you look at 2 through 6, all 5 of those guys have 40-plus RBI now. So it's a balanced lineup all the way down. And then you got Elliot Medlock at 37. So he's one good swing away from joining that 40 club. So a lot of balance in their lineup.
Davis looking for a big hit from his leading RBI guy. Foul back, it's 2-2. Kyle hitting .394 over the last 9 games. Max leading hitter when it comes to hits was 75, 192 in his career. Out of play. Crespo fouled out to start the inning, but then the solid single by Leahy, the walk to Gallagher. Solid single to Hartman, who took second on the throw. Sets up second and third with a run in a 1-1 game. Popped up. That's going to be close and heading out of play. Smith gave up a walk to Gallagher to lead off the first, then retired 7 in a row before running into trouble here in the third.
Yeah, and he was very economical with those first 2 innings. You obviously, as a pitcher, want to sit there and be around the 15 pitch per inning mark. That allow you to get to the 7th inning right at 100 pitches.
Fly ball to deep right. This should get in the run as Markham comes in. A little shallower than before, but it's going to be cut off. And Ryder's in front 2-1. RBI number 50 on the season, so the number 3 hitter gets it done.
Talk about doing the little things right. You mentioned the taking that extra base and just a little sac fly, getting it done right here.
Two down for Anthony Pascal, who grounded to short in the first. Pascal's grand slam yesterday with his 7th home run of the season. Lifts the fly ball at the center fielder Meyer. He's got it, and that will do it. But Ryder scores twice, and they take a lead here for the first time in this elimination game. 2-1. We'll talk with the Troy head coach, Skylar Meade, next. Trojans back in the NCAA tournament. He joins us right now. Skylar, when we talked to you a couple days ago, you've talked about giving love to your team, giving some tough love. It feels like it's been a tough love 24 hours at times for you talking to this group.
Yeah. We set the game of baseball back in that last inning there. Not happy to give a freebie extra run there. We shouldn't have, unfortunate. But kudos to Ryder making some adjustments. Walks can't happen on 0-2. I will not watch that anymore. But also a big save, getting out with it only being 2-1 when we can play a little bit better baseball there.
Well, obviously, tough game last night, late night. What was the message to the boys this morning?
We're so privileged. We've earned the right to have this opportunity. There's 244 teams in the country, and I cross-checked the math. There's 308 Division I teams. 244 wish they had the opportunity to bounce back after heartbreak. And you know what? We'll battle through this game. There's no doubt about it. If you followed us, that's what we do, and that's the culture and DNA, and that will never change.
Skylar, thanks for your time. We appreciate it.
Gents, you guys are the best. Y'all have a great day, and stay cool up there.
Yeah, we will. And you got to sprint down to third base box. We're glad you're still in shape. There he goes. There he goes. He's still got the wheels. I mean, he may have been a pitcher back in the day, but
Oh, definitely athletic, though.
who says pitchers aren't athletes? Certainly nobody in this box.
I saw him. Okay. I saw him in the pregame, the infield in and out. The guys will be hitting ground balls, and the last one, a lot of times the coach will like to try. It's kind of the lost art, the fly ball to the catcher.
Yeah.
Well, they do one, and I guess the second one, they hit one, and Skylar comes running, and he catches it barehanded. So I think that's their little tradition. Yeah, still got it. We also he tried to catch a couple balls, especially one of those line drives. I think he gave a valiant effort on one, just gator armed it just a little.
Well, talking to Skylar, I'd say you were correct when he brought the team together on the mound after the ball was just kind of lobbed to nobody in the infield because nobody was at second base.
Well, I love that. I mean, obviously our conversation in between innings was a little bit about that. You see a leadoff walk, something he said he's not going to tolerate. He'll tolerate it on his offense, but he even told the guys, look, this is what Ryder's going to do. They're going to take that base right in front of you if you give it to him. And sure enough, they do that. So I love the fact that he goes out there and again, knows the pulse of his team, knows when it's time to jump on him, and gave a lot of credit to Smith to not let that become a big inning.
Leadoff walk to Pine. Here's Cavill. Swings at the first pitch, pops it up, foul ground. Will it stay in play? It will not. So for the third time in as many innings, the leadoff aboard for Troy. Cavill struck out looking against bat his first time. Talked about it yesterday, the heartbreak break for Troy a season ago. First team out of the NCAA tournament field. Skylar Meade went to work. Beefed up the non-conference schedule. Turns out, when it comes to ranking strength of schedule in Division I, they were number 6. Picked up wins against Georgia, against Alabama, and were rewarded on Selection Monday when they heard their name called as an at-large team from the Sun Belt.
You mentioned the Sun Belt, another name, the Fun Belt. 5 teams in. That's a really good number. You said the most ever. I mean, that was four from the Big Ten, so that's a Power 4 school. They were able to get more than the Power 4 Big Ten. It's a good brand of baseball. Really good brand of baseball.
Southern Miss, Coastal Carolina, Louisiana, Texas State, and Troy. Southern Miss, one of those #1 seeds that were stunned on day one, 4 in all by #4 seeds. Biggest one was St. Mary's with a win over the overall #1 seed UCLA. St. John's, Milwaukee, Little Rock, St. Mary's, the 4-4s who picked up wins over the ones on day one.
Speaking of Southern Miss, they are in an absolute heavyweight battle with Virginia. They are throwing haymakers left and right. It's 9-6. Virginia out to an early lead. Then all of a sudden, Southern Miss, big homer, take the lead. Virginia back up 9-6. Coastal up 1-0 at Florida State. Cameron Flukie making one of his rare appearances this year.
There goes the runner, fouled off by Cavill.
Guy who made a name for a dominant run last year in the postseason all the way into the CWS Finals. Be a top round pick this year. That's amazing for what Coastal Carolina did all year with the amount of injuries that they had, especially at the top of that rotation.
Another check on Pine. Fly ball to left field. Near-eye has it. One away. Kyle Bat 56 pitches in to this start here today. Clayton Poley was getting loose earlier. He's the 3rd starter for this Rider team, so it'll be interesting to see if he comes in. Really, that's the challenge here for these coaches in this elimination game. You got to win here today. It starts there. But you have to have an eye on tomorrow because you need someone to throw if you win this game here today. So how do you piece it together? That's the challenge.
You talk to these coaches and you mention that word tomorrow, they're going to just immediately shut you down. It's all about win now, whatever it takes to win. We saw Northern Illinois against the Coastal Carolina team we just talked about through all 3 of their weekend starters to win that ball game, their first ever NCAA tournament win. So sometimes you just got to go all in.
Time is called as Meade will come down to talk with Jimmy Janicki. Ryan Feynman's going to come out as well. I'm going to work on the bat, but this is also, I think, a chance to work on the head a little bit of the Sun Belt Player of the Year, who had his struggles certainly at the plate and in the field yesterday and maybe trying to do too much right now.
He was actually the guy who got picked off on that back pick on the base pass too. So you're right. I think that is exactly what that was. Oh yeah, get some pine tar, maybe a little Manny Mota stick, but no, that was more of a, hey, dude, you're our best player. You're really good. So calm down, go out there, take a deep breath. Let the game come to you. A lot of times superstars want to make it happen. Sometimes you got to let the game come to you.
Janicki enters the day 346, 17 home runs, 73 runs batted in. He's 0 for 4 in the regional with a walk. 2-1. We are 1 hour into this game, originally scheduled to start a little after 1 o'clock. Janicki with a fly ball on the infield. Gallagher drifting and grabbing it. 2 down. Times were shifted after the Troy game last night. Didn't end until 1:53 a.m. So the Trojans with turnaround to take on the Rider team that played yesterday afternoon against Florida. Gators and Hurricanes tonight, scheduled for 8 o'clock Eastern time here from Condren. 2 down for Stephen Meyer. Singled and scored the Troy run in the second. Strike one. Myers raises his average to .316 on the season, 16 game on base streak. After that single in the second. Blocked by Schuett behind the plate. It's 1-1. Talked about the 5 bids out of the Sun Belt, just 1 out of the MAC, although this will be the last time that it will be known as the representative from the MAC, the Metro Atlantic Athletic Conference. They announced a couple days ago that they're rebranding, changing the conference name to the Metro starting on July 1st. Slapped out to left field. Uri's got it. And the MAC regular season and tournament champions will take a 2-1 lead to the 4th here in Gainesville. Welcome back to the NCAA Baseball Regionals presented by Capital One. Back at the University of Florida, Gainesville, Florida, in this first elimination game of the Gainesville Regional. Rider 2, Troy 1. Rider, a number 4 seed, trying to stay alive. These are the 4s that won yesterday on day 1, knocking off the number 1s. And Rider almost did it against Florida here at Condren.
Yeah, we had some upsets yesterday. I think it was the most upsets in the last decade, the lower seeds. 4 number 1 seeds. We had 10 or 11 number 3 seeds take it.
Charlie Magulik leading off. Go ahead.
You're going to see a lot of hosts be the visiting team today because of how that all broke down.
Magulik with a fly ball to shallow left field. That looks like it's going to drop, and it will, in front of Nelson. Big turn at first, and Charlie Magulik has his 3rd hit of the regional. Well, you see it year after year. You know, if you're going to make a deep run to Omaha, you need to have multiple elite starters. You need to have an elite bullpen. When you're one of these 4 seeds that win the conference tournament, these big underdogs, sometimes it just takes one arm. You got one guy who can go out there, pitch the game of his life against one of these top teams in the country and change just the course of the tournament for one of those high seeds.
And that's just what you don't know, right? Because when you get into the postseason, it's going to take one of those guys. It's also going to take another guy that no one has heard of, for the most part, maybe has 7 innings all year, and he obviously gets an opportunity. You got to have guys just have kind of career weekends to get it done.
Then you have other instances like what happened with Auburn and Milwaukee yesterday. You know, Milwaukee, all of a sudden, like one after another, things fall in, things go your way, and the dominoes start to fall. And a great team like Auburn. A lot of people talking about Auburn being one of those teams to watch in Omaha. All of a sudden they're down 10-0, and now they're in the losers bracket, facing elimination today. Going from first to third on the single by Schuett is Magulik, and Ryder has something cooking here in the fourth.
How about Charlie Magulik? 22-game hitting streak with that little knock, the fly ball that falls in, and then this is the opportunity that Skylar Meade was talking about, taking that extra base right in front of you. Look, he pauses, sees how the center fielder, Stephen Meyer, is going to come attack that ball and just takes that extra base. Again, those are the little things that you cannot allow to happen.
First and third for Medlock, who takes strike one. That's what we were just talking about with Skylar Meade in our in-game conversation just a few moments ago, and that's got to drive him nuts. Line shot to left, and Ryder will add a run. Schuett will hold it second as Magulik scores, and Medlock has the RBI. That's his 38th, his first hit of the regional. 3-1 Ryder.
I told you he just needs a couple more hits, right? He's going to jump into that 40 RBI plan. I mean, the ball from Hayden Smith now, it's 3 fastballs in a row, all belt high right over the middle part of the plate. That's just good hitting, and the Bronx offense is just taking advantage of it.
We talked to Barry Davis in his in-game interview and mentioned going the second time through the lineup. Are you seeing something different with the approach at the plate, or something that Smith is doing? Because that's something that Barry talked about with you.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit of both. You have a guy that's just throwing balls over the middle part of the plate, and you got the Bronx just being aggressive, right? He talked about just being grinders, grinding out these at-bats, and when you get that ball over the plate, take a good swing on it, and they're getting some really good swings off of it and getting the results.
We've seen quicker walks to the mound from Skylar Meade, taking his time this time. And we're going to have a new pitcher coming in as Matt Dill gets set with the comms. I don't think we've seen the signal yet, but here comes the plate umpire James Ainsworth out, and he'll probably get his feet on the dirt and the signal will be made. Oh, surprise, and there's the signal. So we expect to see Matt Dill jogging out of the bullpen. We'll tell you about the new Troy pitcher as Ryder has a 3-1 lead here in the fourth. NCAA tournament appearance for the freshman from Dayton, Tennessee, Matt Dill, the first out of the pen for Troy.
Yeah, going to be making his 17th appearance, 4-2, no saves, but 30 innings for the freshman. ERA's a little bit high. Fastball's going to be 89, 93, so it's got some good stuff.
Hayden Smith goes 3, gives up 5 hits. He's responsible for the 2 runners on base with nobody out here in the 4th inning. Giving up 3 straight hits. McGulick, Schuett, and Medlock as he leaves after 57 pitches.
Yeah, and the fastball early on, the first couple innings, was getting in on the rider hitters. They weren't able to time him up, but just that inning right there, the ball started leaving back over the middle part of the plate. Become very hittable.
Strike 1 to Peter Crespo. Fouled out his first time. Got Crespo at the plate. I don't know if Riders think it's sacrifice here. The number 9 hitter, Leahy, is on deck, but he's been one of the better bats for this Rider team in the 9 spot. No bunt now, of course, on the 0-2. Breeze is picking up. There's been some more clouds, as you can tell, blowing in. There's some weather out to the west, but it's not here now, so I'm just going to keep talking baseball. 1-2.
When you see a team not bunt in a situation that is screaming bunt, it just, as a coach, you feel like 4 runs is not going to do it. So let's see, we have an opportunity to have a big inning, so don't want to give away an out.
Outside of play.
Especially a lot of times you got a new guy coming in the ball game, right? You mentioned freshman, first NCAA postseason appearance, and yeah, he's got 16 games on the year, but there's something different when you get into the postseason, a little more adrenaline. So a bunt all of a sudden just gives him an easy out, might even let him settle in.
Sun breaks through again. That's out of play again. We'll do the 1-2 again. Two and two. Crespo fell behind 0-2. He's now worked the count full 3-2. We talked about that in our chat with him, about being ahead in someone 0-2 and then losing them to a walk. Let's see if Crespo can do the same.
You got to give a lot of credit there to Crespo. This was a really good at bat to be able to lay off that 2-2 pitch. It was about 2 to 3 inches below the zone. And a lot of times in an RBI situation, you're going to see hitters be a little bit more aggressive. So to be able to not swing at that ball and put himself into a count where he feels like he knows what he's going to get, that fastball.
Checking the runner at second. Sliding back safely is Schuett.
There's a pick from the catcher. You can see Janicki's glove drop. He's watching the catcher drop his glove on that daylight move.
Dill answers back. Gets the strikeout. 1 down.
So you give Crespo credit. Gets to that 3-2 count. He knows he's going to get the fastball. Comes in at 91 miles an hour. And sometimes you just got to trust that your stuff's better than the hitter. That's exactly what Dill does. Picks up a big punch out.
Matt Leahy 3 for 5 in the regional, 2 for 4 yesterday. Singled in the 3rd and scored today. Bunts, diving play, double play. Josh Pine got it in the air. The runner was off the bag. He threw to second. And Troy, for a team that had trouble getting out of their own way in the field, they come up one of the better plays of the regional to end the inning.
Yeah, Leahy goes with the bunts a little far, but watch Josh Pine. Full extension, And then the throw, nice pickup over here by Seki, blocking that up, but getting out of the inning, big double play.
Elimination game number 1 summaries. We head to the bottom half of the 4th inning. Ryder on top of Troy 3-1. Bronx 5 through 7 come up with 3 hits and the RBI. Trojans had their opportunities, unable to cash in, but the Trojans just made really great defensive play, double play to end the inning. We'll see if that's a spark for Troy as they bat here in the home half of the 4th.
Yeah, can you turn a little defensive momentum into some offense? Not the start we saw that Hayden Smith wanted, but in an elimination game, that's obviously you got to go to the bullpen, right? But, you know, regular season game, you maybe let them work it out a little bit and think your offense is going to come back. But this type of ball game, you got to bring in somebody to shut it down.
Drew Nelson leads off with a single to right. His second hit of the regional, and for the 4th straight inning, the leadoff is aboard for Troy.
Eric, watch how long the bat stays in the zone on this swing. You see a little spinning slider, and it just stays in the zone really nicely. Look, short, quick. His hands don't go far back. It's a good piece of hitting right there by Mr. Nelson.
Sean Darnell 0 for 1 today. Strike 1. Kyle Batt gave up a single to start the 1st, then retired the next 3. Single to Meyer to start the 2nd. And in that inning, Troy had a lot of traffic, but they only scored the 1 run. Walked Pine to start the 3rd, but then got Cavill, Janicki, and Meyer. And now Nelson leads off the 4th with a single. Troy's 0 for 9 with runners on base here so far today. It's been a busy postseason for Troy. They played 5 games in Montgomery in the Sun Belt Tournament. Lost game 2 to Southern Miss on a walk-off grand slam. Next day, they came back to win 2 elimination games. 11-10 against South Alabama, 9-6 against Southern Miss before losing in another meeting with Southern Miss. Game that started at 9 in the morning. That's when the first pitch was Central Time. 6-2 was the final in that final game for Troy in the Sun Belt Tournament. Ground ball to second. This could be 2. To flip to short for 1 on the first. 4-6-3 double play for Ryder. 49th double play that they've turned this season. They turned 7 in the MAC tournament.
Yeah, this is a team that came in almost averaging 1 double play per game. Top 11 in the country. Just a tailor-made off the end of the bat. 4-6-3. They make it look so smooth. Again, Troy's struggles with runners on continue.
0 for 10 now with runners on base. And here is Jay Boroff. Ball 1. Boroff hit by a pitch back in the second. Good pitch by Bat. Boroff out in front. It's 1-1. Kyle Bat was a MAC All-Rookie selection a season ago. That's a ground ball. It's fair ball. Extra bases for Boroff as he's digging towards second. He's in there with a 2-out double.
Well, it just shows you how we talk about getting the hit when it matters most. Obviously, I love to see the double in the inside part of the bag, and you get a little 2-out excitement, but you got to come up with runners on and get the big hit. Another opportunity. 10 at-bats with runners on, and right now 0 hits. This is an opportunity to get your big hit right here.
Here is Markham, the number 9 hitter. He has the lone RBI for Troy this afternoon.
You got to give Kyle Bat a lot of credit. Just mixing pitches, the speeds on it. I mean, no pitch is the same speed. The fastball is going anywhere from 87 to 91. Really never duplicates the same speed. He's thrown a couple different breaking balls. Some more of the 12-6 version, some more of the slider. Mix in the changeup every now and then.
Made a start and a relief appearance in that MAC tournament title run. Grounded over to first. Gulick will do it himself. Bat continues to pitch well. Just 1 run allowed through 4 innings. Ryder on top here in Gainesville.
Well, this is how we've gotten to the ball game we're at right here. Houston Markham, little RBI, fielder's choice, got on the board Troy early, but boy, you can't hold the Ryder Bronx down. Eric Hartman, a little shot up the middle. He was able to take the extra base, get into scoring position. And then Elliot Murdoch, RBI number 38. They keep hitting. This is where we at, 3-1.
Elimination game. Troy now 0 for 11 with runners on base. As Ryder comes to the plate here in the top of the 5th, the winner plays tomorrow against the loser of tonight's game between Miami and Florida. Again, that's 8 o'clock Eastern time here from Condren Ballpark on the ACC network. Originally scheduled for 6 p.m., but we had to shift the 2 start times today by 2 hours after we went so long because of the 4-hour and 15-minute weather delay here last night. This was a 3 o'clock start for this game, 8 o'clock start tonight. Tomorrow, I think we're still on target for noon and 5. Let's hope that continues. I wouldn't call that ominous clouds in the distance, just clouds in the distance.
as long as they stay in the distance.
That's not. We have sat through ominous here for a couple days. That's just benign. That's just a late May day here in Florida. Inside for a ball, 3-2. Gallagher's walked twice today, scored a run. He has walked 4 times in the regional. Soft liner, dropped at short. Gallagher still running, and it's thrown away. Gallagher tripped up on his way to first. Stayed in foul ground right down the line. I think he caught the double first base. I know Cavill was trying to make a play on the throw. That's going to be another error on Troy. Should be an out there, and then it turns out to be a throwing error here.
Yeah, that's just a frustration. Luckily, that didn't turn into 2 errors. Off the line drive. Just looked a little nonchalant on the play. And once he realized he missed it, just hurry up, sped up. And I think if Gallagher doesn't trip, that would have turned into a double error.
Yeah, you saw pretty clearly just tripped on the bag. So he's safe at first. On the shortstop error, Pisecki. And there's ball 1 to Hartman. It has been a theme for Troy here. They're up to 53 errors on the season, 4 in the regional, 3 last night. And it's not just the errors that show up on the scorecard for Troy.
Had a former broadcaster, Eli Gold, say not errors of commission, errors of omission. He used to always tell me that. And we've talked about the multiple bases that the Rider Broncs have taken the extra base, and the defense allowing that. Obviously, it doesn't go down in the score book as an error, but it definitely does in Skylar Mead's mind.
As he shared with us earlier, it's been frustrating for him to watch. Putting extra pressure on his pitching staff. Smith left after 3 innings. Matt Dill, second one to work here. Troy used 5 pitchers last night into this morning in that 10-5 loss to Miami. Line to right. Markham is there. He's got it, 1 down. As Hartman is retired, 1 for 3 now today.
Well, he's seen the ball really well. 104 off the bat, another line drive.
Here's Nearai. Delivered his team best 50th RBI of the season with the sacrifice fly his last time. 0 for 1 today. Nearai tried to check, could not. Strike 1. Gallagher back safely. Oh, and 2. Tried to check, could not. Plate umpire rings him up. Back safely to first is Gallagher, 2 down. Second strikeout for Matt Dill.
That's exactly what you want your 0-2 pitch to look like. Not wasting anything. Right behind the plate. Catcher catches it. You can see Nearai not able to hold up that swing. Nice job by Dill.
Cleanup hitter Anthony Pascal's 0 for 2 today. Grounded to short in the first, flied out to center in the third. Looking to bunt his way on. It will hug the line and roll foul.
Josh Pine all over that. I'd have let it roll a little bit more. He grabbed that thing the moment he saw dirt on the other side of that white line.
Pine did well the last time Ryder tried to bunt. Caught Leahy's pop-up thanks to a diving play and turned it into a double play. Dills 0-1. 0-2. Fly ball, foul ground, out of play. Ooh, chance to make a play. Nope, letting it hit.
Smart call. Let it hit the ground.
He'll have more competition tonight when Florida's playing Miami.
But stay lower than the ball. Let it hit. It rolls right back to you. Well done. Matt Dill's a guy, he can go multiple innings. Last two outings have been 3+. Got to 62 pitches in his last one.
Slow roller to second. Darnell on to first, and that will do it for Ryder in the fifth. We've played 4.5 here in Gainesville. Elimination game between Ryder and Troy, 3-1 Ryder.
The real fun just getting started.
Run straight for the breakaway.
The celebration is on.
Each day, take a step closer to Omaha, and here's what's happening here in this regional. Winners yesterday, Florida and Miami. Those two longtime rivals will meet 8 o'clock Eastern time tonight, ACC Network. The winner of this game will take on the loser of that game tomorrow, noon Eastern time. The loser of this game is done. Their season comes to a close, and it's a scene that's playing out at 16 regions today across the country.
That's a tough part of the game. Obviously, it has to come to an end sometime, and you have like you mentioned, 16 teams that their seasons will end. You're going to have seniors that their careers will be over.
Pop up to center. Pascal is there. And Paiseki is retired. First time the leadoff man has not reached base for Troy here today. One down.
Kyle Batts just 87 in the zone. Just let's see what happens. Hit it to some of our guys, and right now they're just hitting it right at the Bronco fielders, and he's just putting up zeros.
Just the one run allowed in the second inning on a ground out by Markham. Here is Pine, who's made the best play of the game for Troy so far, came in the field. Let's see what he can do at the plate. He's 0 for 1 with a walk. Kyle Batt getting the start today. PJ Craig, of course, got the start yesterday for Ryder. MVP of the MAC tournament. He went 7 yesterday, 8 hits, 4 runs, 2 walks, 2 strikeouts. Battled on the mound, did a really good job against Florida. Kept Ryder in the game to the point where Ryder actually took a 6-4 lead in the 8th inning. So no decision for Craig. 2-2 now the count.
Oh, he went from having a very rusty hook stuck in his mouth and
Yes.
2 swings later, and he was on then. Since he stuck around and through the 7 innings, he was going to get the win if they were able to hold on. But the Florida Bats said, not so fast.
Little Blue going to drop in, and this is going to be a seeing eye base hit as it had a lot of English. Medlock couldn't get there. Pine will take it. He's got his second hit of the regional.
How hard do you think this was, Eric?
What was the exit velo on? I'm going to say 47 miles an
Oh,
hour.
super close, 51. 51 miles an hour on the little jam shot. Heck of an effort by Medlock, and right there, that goes down as an absolute line drive in the book.
There's Cavill 0 for 2 today, 2 for 6 in the regional. Ball 1. Bat got the number 3 hitter looking on the backdoor curve in the first. Cavill flied out to left in the third. One to one. Grounded foul, and it's 1-2. It has been a struggle for Troy with runners on base here today against Ryder. 5 hits yesterday against Miami in a game that wasn't decided until the 8th inning. 0 for at the plate today with runners on against Ryder. Two and two. Over no more. First hit of the day for Troy with a runner on base. Going from first to third is Pine. And Troy in business. Runners on the corners with 1 out here in the 5th.
Yeah, who better to break this up right here? Blake Cavill. That ball is just spinning top of the zone. Little slider with not much slide. Cavill just a professional here. Look at it. After the swing. Got a lot of Sean Casey look from the swing and just the head down jog to first base after you're like,
a little bit of the personality too, I would say.
That's another hit, no doubt. That's what I do. You know, like Casey would hit that ball. You know, he'd shoot a single up the middle and just put the head down, little jog to first. Love it.
Double-barreled action in the Ryder bullpen as the Ryder pitching coach Casey Aubin out in the mound to check Kyle Batt's status.
You think Blake Cavill has a clue who Sean Casey is?
I would hope so.
I'm going to say I'm going to go huge limb and say no shot.
He dropped to you when you asked him, and you mentioned it before, his favorite Australian baseball player. Now, granted, it's his godfather.
Well, yeah. You also know that I don't know how many Aussies have made the big leagues, but
He's got his third hit of the regional, and the table is set for the Sun Belt Player of the Year, Jimmy Janicki. Now would be the time for him to find his swing. He's 0 for 5 in the regional.
Yeah, no better time than now. You mentioned the stars have to be the stars. He has been the guy all year. Now a very good opportunity. One swing of the bat obviously puts Troy ahead. Could also put one in the gap, get him back in this ball game. Like, even though it's 3-1 and it's only a 2-run lead, it just feels like Ryder is in total control.
That could change with one swing of the bat here from Janicki. Lays off for strike one. Pine at third, Cavill at first. Stopped by the shortstop. The flip to second to one. The throw to first. Not in time. Run scores. Ryder calling for a challenge right away. The first baseman, McGulick, thinks they got him. We'll see what Pittsburgh has to say as the challenge being made.
Out or safe, it doesn't matter. What a play by Matt Leahy. The quick flip to Medlock.
Safe. Close.
Super close. I mean, you got to give a lot of credit to Matt Leahy. Full extension at the shortstop and how fast he got the ball to Elliot Medlock, and then the quick turn with the ball up the middle. Jimmy Janicki said, no shot. I am not grounding into a double play. Going to grab this RBI. That's why they teach you to hit the front of the bag.
And I think he got it just as the ball was entering the glove. Key to point out here, the call on the field, safe. And now it's being looked at the replay center in Pittsburgh. All decisions being made there. They will relay the decision to our field crew here in Gainesville. The Ryder players are waiting for the replay again on the big board, and they're going to get it so they can play umpires on the field, and the fans here as well.
I just watched Eric Hartman right there, number 3. He saw that and he started walking back to the outfield. He said, oh, well, he's not going to end the inning. Let me just go back to my position.
As you mentioned, Leahy kept it on the infield. Made a good play. Pine comes in the score. That much is certain. The question is 1 out or 2 on this one play.
After review, the safe call at first base stands. He is safe. Ryder is charged 1 challenge.
And just to correct what I just said, if that call was changed, it would have been a double play and the run would not have scored.
Right.
So good job by Janicki to beat it down the line. And that will be the last pitch thrown by Kyle Batt as Barry Davis will come out and go to the bullpen. So Janicki brings in the run to make it a 1-run game with 2 down here in the 5th. New pitcher coming on for the Bronx. A little love for Kyle Batt in that Ryder dugout after he goes 4 2/3, gives up 6 hits through 92 pitches, responsible for Janicki at first with 2 down here in the 5th.
Yeah, he was the best when it mattered most, when runners got on. Troy right now 1 for 12. They started off 0 for 11, so he did his job. He leaves with the lead. Staying hydrated. Big old jug of water.
Frank Papio is the first one out of the pen here in this elimination game for the Bronx. Sophomore from Matawan, New Jersey.
Yeah, you're looking at a true left-handed specialist. 18th appearance, and when you only see the 13 innings, you know he's coming in just to face the left-handed hitters from Troy. Fastball is going to be up to 86. He's a little bit more of that side slinger. Troy's got 4 or 5 of the next 6 hitters are left-handed, so it plays right into his specialty.
Including the next 3, Meyer, Nelson, and Darnell, due up for Troy. Stephen Meyer will be first to face the lefty Papio. Meyer 1 for 2 today. And he's been on base 5 times in 6 plate appearances so far here in this regional. Breeze picking up a little bit, blowing out to right at the moment. Temperature coming up a little bit, climbing out through the mid-80s, low to mid-80s. And here is Meyer, who's got 9 home runs on the season. Papio's first pitch. Hits Meyer in the back. 2-1 with 2 out here in the 5th.
I'm gonna say that one hurt.
Just need a minute to get the feeling back in his hand, you would think, by just looking at it. So Papio hits the batter. Janicki to second. And Drew Nelson coming to the plate.
You know, as a left-handed hitter right here for Drew Nelson, that shows me he comes into a situation, first pitch is a slider. Hits him on the arm. As Drew Nelson steps up to the plate, I'm thinking first pitch is slider now, especially with a runner in scoring position. Probably going to go right back to it.
Fourth batter that Papio's hit this season. And here is Drew Nelson. On base twice today, walked in the second, singled in the 4th. Ball 1.
I think you're going to see a steady dose of those sliders. The fastball is just going to be a little show-me pitch just to keep you honest.
2-0.
I like the adjustment he just made. Missed away, but made just a little bit too much of it.
Ball 3. Nelson's been a star for Troy here in Gainesville. Robbed Gabriel Milano of Miami of a home run in the 7th inning last night. And then stepped up in the 8th inning, hit a 2-run shot, tracked at 408 feet to tie the game up at 5 with the Hurricanes. Miami went on to win after 5 runs in the bottom of the 8th. There's a strike, 3-1. Three and 2. With 2 down, the runners will be on the move. Swung on and missed. Papio gets the strikeout to retire the side. Fell behind 3-0 and comes back to get the strikeout.
Well, he showed you what he wanted to do. It was a steady dose of sliders, and he makes the adjustment, and comes up big time with a 3-2 hook in the zone.
Welcome back to the NCAA Baseball Regionals presented by Capital One. Welcome back to Gainesville, Florida. We had some weather move in earlier today. This game time was pushed back to 3 o'clock after play yesterday. And so far, so good when it comes to the weather. And here's what's happened in our game track. You can see with runners on base, finally Troy breaking through in that last inning. They are down 3-2 to Rider in this elimination game as we head to the top half of the 6th inning. Eric Freed, Lance Cormier, and our crew. Game 1 of 2 for us here today at Condren Ballpark. It will be Florida and Miami meeting tonight. Should be an electric atmosphere here in Gainesville. ACC Network, 8 o'clock Eastern Time. Fly ball lifted to the left center field. It's carrying and it's off the wall on the fly. McGulick digging for second, a stand-up double to get things started for Rider here in the 6th. Second hit of the game, 4th of the regional.
Well, do it, Charlie McGulick. He's riding a 22-game hitting streak. Just sees this ball tailing away, up and away. He's able to just throw the barrel to the ball, showing you what kind of pop he's got going to that opposite field, backside, and the hustle double.
First team all-conference selection in the MAC. He was all rookie and all tournament last year as a freshman, having another good postseason for the Bronx. Strike 1 to Schuett, 1 for 2 today. Ground ball back up the middle. Diving stop by the shortstop to keep it on the infield and save a run as McGulick moves to third, but a good job by Paisecki to stop it.
Yeah, you talk about, coaches always say, hey, lay out, save a run. This is the definition of lay out, save a run. You see Paisecki goes out, dives. We'll keep a double play in order. I mean, now you need a pitcher to pick you up a little bit, get you a punch out or maybe a lazy fly ball, and then a double play.
You saw how deep Meyer was in center field as well. No way they were going to get McGulick. So first and third, nobody out, and here's Medlock. Lays off for ball 1.
I said they have 5 guys in the 40 RBI club. He's the one that's sitting in the 7 hole, but he's 2 behind. He's got 38. I said maybe one good swing, he'll get it. He's got an opportunity right here.
1-1. Struck out in the 2nd, delivered his 38th RBI with a single in the 4th. That was Rider's 3rd run. Has them in front at the moment, trying to extend the lead here in the 6th. 1-2. 2-2 to Medlock. Got a piece, and it also got a piece of Janicki back behind the plate. He took some shots during the Sun Belt tournament catching. Actually took some time
and he's
playing in the field as well.
He's the one who says he wants to be back there. He'd rather be back there than in the field.
Enjoying being back there has its moments.
Yeah.
You don't enjoy being back
That's
there.
true. Those are the ones right there. And the whole part about that is after about 2 or 3 pitches, everybody in this place has forgotten about it except him.
Another 2-2. Count goes full. We've seen Rider hitters do a nice job today, even when they fall behind the count, working the count, getting the count full against this Troy staff. Smith first, now Dill. Medlock down the line, gloved at third by Pine, across the diamond, great play. Run scores, but Josh Pine saved extra bases and most likely another run. He's made some nice plays at the hot corner, 1 down.
You mentioned the nice plays. He had that bunt, dive, double play. How about this one? A ball down the line. The catch is great, but watch the throw. I mean, he plants his foot and absolutely fires a missile across the diamond. I mean, he's in foul territory. That is a long throw and had a lot on it.
Schuett down the second, RBI number 39 for Medlock, so he's closing in on that 40 RBI club that Lance has talked about. Here comes Meade.
I'd like to see how many lineups can pose 6 guys in the middle of that order to have 40-plus RBIs each.
You can see Meade making sure he gave Josh Pine some praise after the play at third base. Been activity down in the bullpen, and once again, Ainsworth, the plate umpire, will come out, and the signal's being made out to the bullpen. Couple of arms out there. And Zach Crotchfeld getting the call. Here comes big number 17 onto the field, third pitcher to be used by Troy. We'll tell you all about him as he comes into a 4-2 game with a runner in scoring position in the 6th. Florida, number 8 national seed, the number 1 seed obviously here in Gainesville with a win over Rider. They'll take on Miami, match up the 2 top seeds in this regional tonight, 8 o'clock Eastern Time, ACC Network. The winner of this game takes on the loser of that game tomorrow, noon Eastern Time. The winner from this region will take on the winner from the Hattiesburg region in the super regional round starting next week. Zach Crotchfeld is coming in, and when he comes in, he gets a little fired up. Is that how Lance Cormier did it back in the day?
Absolutely not. But when Zach Crotchfeld comes in, he also brings a 97-mile-an-hour fastball from the left side. So that's something I wasn't able to bring into the ball game either. But boy, he is the guy, the go-to guy to the bullpen. Look at those numbers: 70 punch-outs in 54 innings. This is his 25th appearance. He's 5 wins, no saves. But right now, this is the guy you want in the ball game. A lot of credit to Rider. They gave up the run in the bottom of the 5th, but have scratched back and picked up another run. Got that answer back run. Got a 4-2 ball game right here. Crotchfeld. Here we go.
Crotchfeld, workhorse at the SBC tournament for Troy. A couple of appearances, including a start Went 2-0 through 9 innings, got 12 strikeouts, gave up just 1 earned run, and he starts with strike 1 to Peter Crespo. Crespo 0 for 2 today, fouled out against Smith, struck out against Dill. One 1. Breaking ball in there. It's 1-2.
Crutchfield mostly fastball, curveball, changeup. Changeups are going to be to the right-hander, so you're thinking fastball, changeup to the right-handers, fastball, curveball to the left-handed hitters.
That's how to play. We mentioned the winner of this regional takes on the winner of the Hattiesburg Regional in the Supers. Southern Miss backs against the wall a little bit in an elimination game against Virginia. Top of the 8th inning. They're down to Virginia, 11-8. There goes the runner. It's bounced up there by the pitcher, Crotchfeld. So heading over to third is Schuett, but he was on the move with the pitch. That one bounced a good 10 feet before the plate.
Yeah, that really did. That's obviously a tough block right here. There's really no shot. I mean, this goes straight down. Janicki does everything he can to try to block that ball, but Ryder gets a runner moved up, and now we got a little infield in.
Because the runner was going. That's the wildest of wild pitches you'll see, but it's called a stolen base because he was on the move, infield in. Called strike 3. Zachfeld comes inside and gets the strikeout. Crespo is down on strikes for the second time, 2 down.
So what's your thoughts right here? You go curveball 5 feet in front of the plate, and then he dots a fastball on the inside part of the plate at 93. That's tough as a hitter, not knowing what to expect. That's a big pitch, though, by Crotchfield.
The pitch before is spiked.
I mean, that's the definition of spiked, yes.
And then you come back and get that. Here's Leahy. Dangerous number 9 hitter tries to find a hold on the right side. Darnell from the outfield grass has it, and that will do it. But a run scores for Ryder. They're up by 2 after 5.5 in Gainesville. Take you back through what's happened here today. Troy jumped out to a 1-0 lead in the second on the RBI by Markham. 2 runs in the third for Ryder. They added a run in the fourth to go on top 3-1 before Troy came back to add a run in the fifth. So Ryder went in front. They've kept that lead. They've added to it after getting a run in the sixth. There's the run that Troy picked up in the bottom half of the 5th inning. But then Ryder getting that run in the top of the 6th back. Runners on base today. Troy 1 for 14, and they've had plenty of runners on base today as Darnell leads things off and takes ball one against Frank Papio. Papio came on, hit Meyer with a pitch, the first batter he faced, but then got Nelson to strike out to end the inning and end the threat. 4-2 Ryder in the sixth elimination game here in Gainesville. 1-1.
You got to give Ryder a lot of credit. I mean, pitching coaches preach that shutdown inning. Troy has single runs in the second and the fifth, and all Ryder did was come back in that top of the next inning to score 2 and 1, basically keep their lead. And that's something on a team just trying to keep the momentum on their side, and Ryder's done a great job of that today.
I think we got a good look at what this Ryder team could do yesterday against Florida. The Gators had a 4-0 lead. They could never really extend it against the starter, P.J. Craig, and Ryder hung around. This is hooked foul. Ryder hung around, got the big inning, took the 6-4 lead, just couldn't put it away, and Florida wins it with a walk-off.
Yeah, I felt like P.J. Craig was very workmanlike, just did his job, just continued to attack guys. He gave up 2 solo home runs, but was able to stay in the ball game through 7 and gave his team a legit chance to make the comeback, and they did.
Off the plate, it's 2-2.
Question is, would we see P.J.
No,
Craig?
it's
will
funny
we see
you say
P.J.
that.
Craig in the bullpen today? I mean, he did throw 187 pitches in the MAC tournament, a start on Friday and a start on Sunday, but
fly ball out of play. I saw him in the background in the dugout. I think he was eating a hot dog. See his teammates down there. So to me, PJ is probably, he's a one-day rest guy, not no days of rest guy.
I don't know. See the season on the line. He's a senior. Could be the career on the line now. It doesn't matter. I mean, you got all summer to rest the arm.
Now, if Ryder wins this game here today, I would not be shocked to see him out there starting tomorrow.
No
because
question.
That's what he did in the MAC
no
tournament.
question.
Darnell making Papio work here, leading off the sixth. Ninth pitch of the at-bat to come. I think Troy is hoping for a long postseason run, so Sean Darnell could really let that mustache fly a little bit. That's up for a ball, and the leadoff is aboard for the 5th time in 6 innings today for Troy. And we're going to have a pitching change as Davis makes his way out to the mound. Clayton Poley has been working in the pen. He's been a part of the regular rotation, and he's out of the pen right now. Troy fans trying to get the Trojans going. They've got to run around with nobody out. New pitcher coming out for Ryder next. Clayton Poley's been part of the rotation for this Rider program. Number 3 starter over the last 3 years. He's coming on in relief here with Rider on top 4-2 in this elimination game against Troy.
Yeah, it's just a guy that's going to go out there and just really compete, more or less. I mean, when you look at the numbers, there's really nothing that jumps out at you, but he's going to go out there and grab the ball, be in the strike zone as much as he can. Going to mix in the fastball, 82 to 86, so a little bit on the slower side compared to the last couple of guys that have come in, but does a good job of mixing the pitches, slider, curveball, changeup, arm slots will jump down as well.
Senior from Ringwood, New Jersey. Started game 3 of the MAC tournament. No decision, went 4 1/3. Give up 4 hits, couple of earned runs. He comes on with a runner on and nobody out here in the 6th inning in a 2-run game. Jabe Boroff will be the first batter he faces. DH has been aboard twice today, hit by a pitch in the 2nd, doubled in the 4th for his first hit of the regional. First pitch from Poley. Big cut, strike 1.
Definitely not trying to go the other way. That ball up and in just takes a monster hat. He tried to welcome Poley into the ball game.
1-1. Foul tip into the glove of Schuett, 1-2.
But this is where I would want to maybe go with that fastball up, even though it's at 86. He just slowed him down. You're seeing an aggressive hitter swing out of the zone, and I think this is a perfect offensive timeout to just kind of settle Boroff down. You've watched him swing at 2 balls up and out of the zone. This is a coach just saying, hey, like, he's got to get in his zone. Just get him back in the zone. Don't be too overly aggressive.
That's 2, guys. That's 2. One and 2 the count to Boroff. Four 7-0 for the Bronx, 2 6-1 for the Trojans. 2-2. Poley would love a ground ball right here. This has been a Rider team that's been good turning 2 in the postseason. Turned a 4-6-3 double play back in the 4th inning. They're 8th of the postseason. Another 2-2. Bounced up, blocked by Schuett.
That's a good job just smothering that ball. You could tell it was going to be a dirt ball the whole time. Darnell not able to get that good read because Schuett just really smothered it, kept it right in front of him, no way to advance.
Wind really picking up now, blowing straight out to center at the moment. Swung on and missed. Poley gets the strikeout, 1 down.
Another ball just kind of up out of the zone. A slider just spinning at the top of the zone. So just a massive hack right there. You can see the head pulling away.
Here's Markham, 0 for 2 with an RBI today. That one gets away from the catcher. Oh, it hit Markham. That's why it got away from the catcher, because it's in on the foot. So Houston Markham's aboard. Down to second goes Darnell, first and second with one out.
It's a slider right here that Poile just hooks that ball right off the front foot. It's going to set up opportunity with men in scoring position for Aaron Paiseki. This is one of these guys you do want up if you're Troy. He's been hot.
Leadoff hitter is 1 for 3 today. 3 for 8 in the regional with a run scored. Ball 1. Singled in the first, line to right in the second, fly to center in the fifth. He was 11 for 27 in the Sun Belt tournament. Let's go. 2-0. Time called by Shuett to go talk to Poile.
And if you go back to the at-bat from Boroff, the at-bat for Markham, he really hasn't been all over the zone. So Paiseki doing a good job of just being patient, letting him come to him. That's the tough part. When you have guys in scoring position, you really want to be aggressive, but you don't want to get too aggressive and go out there and chase some pitches like Boroff did.
Two-0 pitch. That hit him. Bases are loaded for Troy with one out. A walk and 2 hit batters in this inning.
This time, instead of the slider, it's the fastball where he just pulls that ball. You can tell the mechanics are a little bit off right now.
Darnell at third. Markham at second. Paiseki at first. Here's Josh Pine, who's been doing it with the glove. Can he do it with the bats? Strike one. Pine 1 for 2 today. Fly to left in the first. Walked in the third. Singled and scored in the fifth. 2 hits, 2 runs scored in this Gainesville Regional. One. Trying to sneak in back behind Paiseki at first. Who's back safely.
You could hear the whole Troy dugout, everybody screaming at the top of their lungs.
In a panic.
Yeah, that's exactly what it was. Not going to get picked off right there.
Out of play, it's 1-2. Troy fell behind 4-0 to Miami last night. Came back to tie the game in the 8th inning before falling behind in the bottom of the 8th. Feels like they've been playing catch up with Ryder for most of the game today. Troy led 1-0 heading into the third, but 2 in the third, 1 in the fourth, 1 in the sixth for the Bronx. And Barry Davis's team trying to hold on to that 2-run lead. Another 1-2 pitch to Pine. Rider defense hoping for a ground ball to try to turn 2 here, give up a run. If they can't turn the 2. 1 down, bases loaded. Here's the pitch. Slapped out to right center field. This will get down for a base hit and extra bases. It rolls towards the track. 1 run in. Here's a second run. Make it 3. A bases clearing double for Josh Pine. Doing it in the field and at the plate. And Troy's in front 5-4.
What a time to bust out right here, Josh Pine. And that ball's down, away, and he just absolutely drives that ball into right center field. Clears the bases, like you said, Eric. 1 run scores, 2 run scores, and there was no way Aaron Pisecki was going to stop at third base. Skylar Meade had no shot to stop him. Scores all the way from first, and we got a bases clearing double, and we got a 5-4 ball game. Troy Trojans up now.
And we got a pitching change for Rider as Josh Pine comes through in the clutch. 3 RBIs for Pine with the double, putting Troy in front here in the 6th. Fourth pitcher for Rider is on. Junior from Teaneck, New Jersey, Jack Raditsky.
Well, he's inheriting a tough situation right here. Got 1 out, man in scoring position. Obviously, Troy just took the big blow, takes the lead. Biggest thing for his team, you got to just go out there and just throw strikes, man. You got to. That's the one thing that Pulley didn't do. Fell behind a lot of the hitters. Pitches become hittable. Stuff's up to 89 miles an hour. Mixes in cutter, slider, curveball, changeup. Got all 4 of them. It's going to be mostly fastballs and sliders, though. But this is where you can't let it get too far out of hand. We've obviously seen Rider's offense continues to make runs at Troy. They did it to Florida. But right now it seems like that momentum has jumped all the way into Troy's dugout. Their fans are getting into it.
Here's Cavill, who looks at ball 1. Raditsky made 1 appearance in the MAC tournament. Went 2 innings, gave up a hit, a couple of earned runs, a couple of walks against the Stags. Two and 0. Cavill 1 for 3, struck out in the first, flied out in the third, singled in the 5th. Three and 0. Four-pitch walk, first and second with 1 down for Troy here in the 6th.
Talked about coming out of the bullpen, throwing strikes. When you don't do that, you just obviously give the opposing team just more opportunities. You got a sleeping giant right here.
That's a good way to put
Jimmy
it.
Janicki 0 for so far in the regional, but you see the 17 bombs and the 74 RBI.
They bring in a run with the fielder's choice in the 5th. 0 for 6 with a walk in the regional.
So you got to think last at bat he was able to do something positive. Can he build on that?
Ground ball into left field, a base hit. Being waved around is Pine. He'll score another run for Troy, and Janicki has his first hit of the regional. It makes it 6-4.
This is a guy that absolutely smokes balls. Exit velo, little slider, spinning in the zone, 112 off the bat. Look, it's just, there's not much movement. This short, quick to the ball. He's got his hands out from the body, but they move in and they stay inside the ball. Look at that. Let me get a 112 mile an hour ground ball. A couple of good at bats in a row. Janicki RBI in his last 2.
Strike 1 to Meyer. 1 for 2. Singleton scored in the 2nd, was hit by a pitch in the 5th. 8th Trojan to come to the plate here in this big 6th inning. They've scored 4 times. 1-1. Everyone in the lineup for Troy has reached base at least once. They kept knocking on the door inning after inning, but they finally have pushed the door open here in the 6th. They were 0 for 6 with runners in scoring position before this inning. 2 for 2 here in this inning. Schuett with the block. 3-1 the count.
Verditsky's come in. We had the 4-pitch walk. Then we go 1-0 to Janicki. Finds the zone, but Janicki makes him pay. Now you got 3-1, another hitter's count. He went slider in that hitter's count.
Misses for ball 4. The bases are loaded for the Trojans, as Meyer is aboard for a 3rd time today. Drew Nelson, the 9th Trojan to come to the plate. Nelson hit the big homer last night against Miami to tie the game at 5 in the 8th inning. Chance to break it open here with 1 out and the bases loaded in the 6th. Strike 1.
Not where he wanted to go, but still in the strike zone. Now he's got a point where he's going to be able to pitch ahead, but man, you got Nelson hitting .412 with bases loaded this season. So I mean, he's a guy that loves to hit when the bags are full. A lot of times guys will put more pressure on themselves because they feel like, hey, bases loaded, I have an opportunity to make something happen, and then you go out, you get out of yourself and you start to try to do too much, but Nelson's a good guy. He just loves to let it happen.
1-1. 1-2. Nelson walked in the 2nd, singled in the 4th, struck out in the 5th. 7 base runners this inning for Troy. 2 hits, 3 walks, 2 hit batters. Two and 2. Full count, bases loaded, 1 out. Cavill at 3rd, Janicki at 2nd, Meyer at first. Nelson at the plate. Sends it to center field. Going back on it is Pascal, and it's over his head. Cavill scores. Janicki waved around. Right behind him is Meyer. The throw's not in time. It's another bases clearing double for Troy. This time off the bat of Drew Nelson. And the Trojans busted open here in the 6th.
Eric, there's crooked numbers, and then there's a 7 spot. How about this? The second bases clearing double. Drew Nelson, a shot off the bat. This was crushed. Center fielder Pascal had no shot. 384, 99 miles an hour off the bat. We were talking about just the lack of offense and hitting with runners on. They got the memo. 6th inning memo. Hey, by the way, let's score some runs. 5 walks hit by pitch, so obviously Ryder's giving them opportunities, but you got to get the hits when it matters most, and this inning they have come through.
Once again, Ryder making a pitching change. It's all Troy at the moment. Another pitcher coming on now for Ryder. Bat started, then Papio. Poli came on. Ruditsky this inning, and now Doherty coming on for the Bronx with Troy rolling, batting around here in the 6th inning.
Yeah, biggest thing is there's still only 1 out, so it's not opportunity. They had some chances to maybe get that ground ball, but not able to do it. The Trojan bats have caught fire. Doherty making his 18th appearance. Fastball really good, up to 93 miles an hour. Steady dose of fastball slider combo.
Well, you mentioned Drew Nelson liked hitting with the bases loaded and delivers again with them full. The 2nd bases loaded double of the inning. Both doubles brought in 3 runs. Nelson's at 2nd as Doherty gets ready. It was 4-2 Ryder as we went into the bottom half of the 6th inning. But 7 runs on the board here in the home half of the 6th for the Trojans, trying to keep their season alive and set up a game tomorrow, noon Eastern time, against the loser of tonight's game between Florida and Miami. Aiden King, AJ Siskar, the pitching matchup tonight, 8 o'clock Eastern time, ACC Network. Still a while to go in this game as Boroff backs for the 2nd time this inning. Takes ball 1. Correction, I jumped 1 man ahead. This is Darnell. Things happen quick.
You getting sped up?
I'm getting sped up.
Slow heart rate.
I know how Ryder feels right now.
Slow heart rate. We got to calm it down. Like, hold on. Back up from the table. Take a deep breath.
That, to me, sounded like you were quoting verbatim what every catcher came out to tell you when things were getting hot and quick for you on the mound.
It can happen so fast, and I think every pitcher that's thrown the ball feels what the Ryder staff is feeling.
Darnell hits it well. It'll drop down for a base hit. Nelson had to hold. He moves on to 3rd. And Darnell has his second hit of the game.
The saying, hitting is contagious. Boy, it sure is right now for the Trojan offense. 7 runs, still got first and third, only 1 out. But like I was saying, everybody that's towed the rubber as a pitcher feels exactly what the Rider staff is feeling right now, where it just seems like there's nothing you could do right. Everything you throw up there is getting hit.
Well, every mistake the pitchers have made has been costly as well. The walks and hit batters. That's just the 4th hit this inning for Troy, and they put 7 runs on the board, and they've got runners on the corners now with 1 out. '50th pitch thrown by the Rider staff this half inning.
Got a feel for Nick Schuett. The catcher squatted for all of those.
0-2 to Boroff. Schuett with the pick on the backhand. One, 2 to Boroff. There goes the runner. Fouled off. Darnell will head back to first. Troy has erased a 4-2 deficit this inning to go on top 9-4. This one's headed to the gap in right center field. He'll get down for a base hit. Jogging in from third is Nelson. Being held at second is Darnell, and Boroff has his second hit of the day.
Can't live up in the zone, boy. This is that ball's inner third. Right at the belt. Boroff does a great job of just shooting that backside. You keep the hands in, barrel right to it. Troy extends the lead. 8 runs this inning, and they continue with the first and third.
Ball 1 to Markham. 0 for 2 today. Brought in a run, scored a run, was hit by a pitch his last time. That came earlier here in this 6th inning. 2-0. Inning started with the walk to Darnell. Boroff struck out, but then Markham and Pisecki were both hit by pitches. Pine with the bases loaded double, 3 RBI. Cavill walked. Janicki with an RBI single. Meyer walked. Bases loaded double for Drew Nelson, brought in 3. Darnell with a single, Boroff with an RBI single. It's added up quickly, and it's a 4-pitch walk now to Markham. And once again, the bases are loaded for Troy here in the 6th. 3rd time this inning, the bases have been loaded. And we're going to have another pitching change. Barry Davis continues to try and search and find someone who can throw strikes and get outs. 1 out in the inning, and this is how this 6th inning has unfolded. Plenty of hits, walks, hit batters, but what stands out is that when Troy has needed the hit to bring in the runs, they've gotten them in this inning. They have really been on target.
Yeah, I like the way the at-bats, the approach. To me, they were just swinging early and often. They were chasing some balls. This inning, they have let the Rider pitchers come to them. They've worked ahead in the count, and when they get the pitch, they haven't missed. And that's why we see 8 runs on the board, and we still got bases loaded and 1 out.
8 runs, 5 hits, 6 freebies offered up by Rider pitching, and just 2 extra base hits in the inning. You would look at the scoreboard and say an 8-run inning. There had to have been a home run in the mix, something big. No, it's just been things piling up. It's just that compounding interest right now for Troy, putting them on top by 6.
Yeah, well, they did get the doubles when it mattered most. Bases loaded. They've both been bases clearing doubles. Been at lucky spots where they've had their fastest guys, and Paiseki and Stephen Meyer at first base when those doubles were hit, scoring pretty easily.
Fifth pitcher this inning, Chris Montone comes on. Senior from Williamstown, New Jersey. The latest one to take the hill. 5 in this inning. Over 50 pitches thrown by Ryder.
Yeah, I think we're at 11 straight batters reach base. Sooner or later, you're thinking you're going to screw up and get somebody to pop up or whatever. And so Chris Montone, I mean, you got to come in throwing strikes. But you get that opportunity to get ahead of some hitters. Let these guys get themselves out.
Well, Paiseki was hit by a pitch earlier this inning. He'll step up with the bases loaded. Singled in the first, lined out in the second, flied out in the 5th, hit by a pitch, and scored one of the 8 runs this inning for the Trojans. Ball 1. One and 1. Well, we told you what the count was. Montone's the 5th pitcher, and this is the 60th pitch of the inning. Fouled off by Paiseki again.
Back-to-back change-ups to Paiseki. If he goes to that well again, you want to see this one be a little bit slower, a little bit lower outside part of the plate.
To the shortstop, could be 2 to flip the second to 1, and then a slip at the bag by Medlock. So Ryder unable to turn the double play, run scores to make it 11-4. Darnell scores for the second time this inning. Boroff to third as Markham is retired.
I think they're going to give Markham a hard time. Only guy without a hit.
I think he'd take it if you look at the scoreboard.
No doubt.
Doesn't matter. We'll just let people know, look, I was on base twice. Pine has been on base 3 times. 1-1. He had the first bases loaded double. There goes the runner from first, Paiseki. Nelson delivered the second. Two and 2. that finally ends the inning as Pine strikes out. But what an inning for the Troy Trojans. They put 9 runs on the board. Their best inning of the season comes in the NCAA tournament. They're up 11-4 after 6. First of 2 games here today at Condren Ballpark, Gainesville, Florida. Our next game, our matchup of 1-0 teams, Florida and Miami. Should be a great one. Should be a great atmosphere here tonight in Gainesville. 8 o'clock Eastern Time, ACC Network, and also on Squeeze Play. They'll, I'm sure, be dipping in and out. The winner of this game, I can't.
That was a long inning for everybody.
I can relate.
Yeah.
You know, we had 67 pitches, 9 runs scored. Time for a nap, especially since we're still in the 7th inning here of Game 1. Noah Thigpen out of the bullpen for Troy.
Thigpen went 1 inning yesterday, 2 hits, no runs. He's one of the guys that they go to in the back of that bullpen. The numbers aren't good when you look at the ERA, but since he's been moved into the higher leverage situations in the bullpen, he has started to succeed, and that's obviously the opportunity he's going to start and continue to get from Skylar Meade and this Troy staff.
4th appearance of the postseason, made 2 appearances in the Sun Belt Tournament, back-to-back appearances here in Gainesville as he throws the first pitch for a strike. To Will Gallagher, leadoff hitter for Rider, batting here in the 7th.
We obviously have mentioned the bracket and who this regional would pair up with, and the Southern Miss, I told you there was a heavyweight fight. We got top of the 10th, 11-11. The Golden Eagles aren't going away.
They were down
They're
3
not
to
going
Virginia
away
late.
We got 2 games in extra innings right now. Oklahoma State, Alabama State in the top of the 11th. Both scored a run in the 10th to continue to get the game into the 11th. Illinois, Chicago, Citadel, extra innings as well. Nobody wants to go home.
Rider will be going home to New Jersey unless they have a comeback here. This is blooped out to right. This could drop. Oh, great play. Sean Darnell made the long run, makes the catch, 1 down. Tell you what, Troy's cleaned things up a little bit.
Yes.
It's been sparked by Pine at 3rd. Now Darnell making a nice play.
Absolutely, and that's the Troy style of baseball that we've come accustomed to. Just the energy, the effort. Nice job right there by Darnell. You mentioned he wants to keep that mustache going, doesn't he?
Eric Hartman 1 for 3 with an RBI today. Takes a ball. One and 1. A reminder, the game between the Gators and the Hurricanes originally was going to start at 6 o'clock Eastern time today, but because We had the 4-hour and 15-minute weather delay yesterday, pushed everything back. Troy and Miami didn't have a first pitch last night till 10:15 p.m. after all the weather passed through. Didn't wrap up till 1:53 a.m. this morning, so they changed the start times. This game started 3 o'clock Eastern time. The Miami-Florida game scheduled to start at 8 o'clock Eastern time tonight. Hurricane fans ready.
Sometimes you got to get that out. You know, you got to follow Twitter, X, Twitter, Instagram. They didn't get the memo. It wouldn't start until 8.
Oh, no, he's here scouting.
Oh, okay.
Oh, that had to look at someone just sizing things up.
Where's the clipboard?
He's got steel trap mind. It's just all up top.
Oh, he set up the video camera up top, didn't he? Fu Manchu
now
going.
That is the playoff stash right there.
Oh, we got. Hey, also has the mohawk or faux hawk. Look at it. There you go.
Oh,
just make sure you guys see it, right?
Yeah. Back up the middle, base hit. Eric Hartman has his second hit.
I've been super impressed with the way his approach at the plate and the way he goes about his business.
One of the veterans on this Rider team, senior. We mentioned before, 22 juniors and seniors on this squad. Here's Nearite. He takes a strike. Kyle 0 for 2 with an RBI today. Sacrifice fly back in the third. One and one. Winner of this game will take on the loser of our next game between Florida and Miami tomorrow, noon Eastern time here in Gainesville. Gotta play. Winner of tonight's game in the driver's seat. They'll be 2-0 in this double elimination tournament. And they would wait for the winner of that noon game tomorrow night. 5 o'clock Eastern time, scheduled start time tomorrow evening here in Gainesville.
I mentioned the extra inning affair with UIC, Illinois Chicago, in the Citadel. In the top of the 10th, goes to the bottom of the 10th, and the Citadel gets the walk-off 9-8 victory. They continue on. SoCon champions.
Fouled off at the plate. Rider Bronx had a 2-run lead in the 8th inning on Florida yesterday. Couldn't hold on to it. 2-run lead on Troy today in the 6th inning. 9 runs in the bottom half of the 6th for the Trojans. As we saw yesterday, I would not expect Rider to lay down and quit and pack the bags and head back to Jersey. They'll keep fighting here, facing elimination. High fly ball to shallow right. Markham comes on. He's under it. 2 away. Here comes the senior center fielder, Anthony Pascal. Oh for 3 today, but he'll have a moment he won't forget. Hit the grand slam in the 8th inning against Florida yesterday. Takes ball 1. Nick Schuett followed 2 batters later with a 2-run home run. And before you knew it, went from a 4-0 Florida lead to a 6-4 Rider lead. Florida came back with 3 in the 8th before Leahy's home run in the 9th tied it up. And then Brendan Lawson didn't waste much time in the 9th inning, walking it off, leading things off for the Gators, setting up their showdown tonight with Miami. 1-1 to Paschal. 2-1.
Well, how quiet did this place get? When Nick Schuett's ball left the yard, and all of a sudden Florida fans realized, wait up, we were cruising up 4-0. Now all of a sudden we're down 6-4. Again, the Gator bats continue to hit. But boy, that was a scary situation for Florida.
I was also shocked too. We had talked about it at the start of the telecast yesterday, and everybody's been really mentioning it from coast to coast when you talk about Florida and their chances for making it to Omaha, making a run at Omaha, making a run at a second national championship, is how good the bullpen's been, how good the pitching staff's been. And the bullpen had a rough day yesterday. No two ways about it. Now Pine can't handle this one after making a couple of really good plays today. Now put runners on first and second for Ryder with 2 down. Be an error on the Troy third baseman.
There's a hard hit ball. They're going to give him an E5. He tries to drop step on this one. You see he turns his body, drop steps, and plays that off to the side. Don't know from this angle if he had a chance to stay in front of that ball, but if he did, that would probably be in a better spot. But I'm telling you, you mentioned it. The Bronx are not going to go away. This is their hottest hitter, Magulik.
Take strike one.
Sorry about that. Riding a 22-game hitting streak. He extended that early in this game.
2 for 3, couple of runs scored. Singled and scored in the 4th, doubled and scored in the 6th. 4 for 7 in the regional. Takes a ball. It's 1-1.
Yeah, back to the talk on Florida, and you mentioned the bullpen. It's, for the most part, the starting staff has been the dominant thing. The bullpen has been up and down all year. They feel really good getting Jackson Barbary back, but he was one of those guys that gave up a homer yesterday, and then Josh Reitner did the same thing. I mean, that staff came in, 2 guys throwing 100 that can touch the triple digits. They were about 97, 98, gave up the 3 home runs. So if Florida's going to go a long way, they're going to need that bullpen to be locked down because the starters can only go so far.
Good job by Magulik to stay alive, just getting a piece. Florida started Russell Sandifer yesterday. He went 5 2/3. Caden McDonald was the first out of the pen, an inning and a third. They both pitched well, but then it unraveled a little bit after that. Ryder took advantage, but Florida pulled out the win. That means Aiden King will get the start today. The SEC Pitcher of the Year. Pickoff attempt.
Got to feel pretty good.
With Aiden King being lined up as your starter today, SEC Pitcher of the Year.
Yeah.
Yep. Swing and a miss. Good job by Thigpen to get Magulik to strike out. That does it for Ryder in the 7th, 11-4, 7th inning stretch. Big sixth inning for Troy. They plate 9. They had the bases loaded twice. They had 2 doubles with the bases loaded that cleared the bases. Josh Pine had the first. Jimmy Janicki had an RBI single in the middle. Then Drew Nelson had the bases loaded double that scored 3. Had one other hit in the inning that brought in a run, Jabe Boroff, as Troy put 9 on the board, and they're on top of Rider. 11-4, 11 runs, 11 hits for the Trojans. And in that 6th inning, clutch hitting, 5 for 7 with runners in scoring position at the plate for Skylar Meade's team. Blake Cavell to lead things off here in the 7th inning for the Trojans. One and one. Blake 1 for 3 today. Singled in the 5th, walked and scored in the 6th. Two and one. A little over 3 hours into this game. Started shortly after 3 p.m. Eastern Time. It's been dry throughout this game. We have not had delays. It rained hard. Rain stopped about an hour before first pitch. So we were really fortunate with the timing here to get game 1 started and hope our good luck continues for game 2. 8 o'clock Eastern Time, ACC Network, Florida and Miami. I think I've learned as long as we can see the top of Century Tower from this camera, we're in good shape. Yesterday, we could not see beyond the batter's eye in center field at one point, it seemed, because it was raining so hard. You know, you can see in the distance, see the top of the O-Dome, see a part of the swamp. You know, we've got good visibility in Gainesville right now here at Condon.
Don't check your phone if you subscribe to Weather Channel updates.
I've got it upside down. Cavell's aboard. Lead things off with a walk. See that we can read Ben Hill Griffin Stadium clear as day. Last night, when it really came down, part of that 4-hour and 15-minute delay,
couldn't see the batters.
We could barely see the hand in front of our face, it seemed, at one point.
I thought there was no shot we were playing with looking at the field. We had a swamp.
We had,
pun intended.
Yeah, pun intended.
The whole outfield was standing water.
Lake left field, lake right field, which were 2 separate bodies of water.
Lake left field pond. It wasn't as bad in right field, but man, it was nasty.
It drained. You talked about it last night, too. Grounds crew doing a fantastic job. Fly ball to center field off the bat of Janicki, who's retired. One away. And we've seen it. We've seen the other regions go through the same thing. And the word we used was resiliency. Takes that for the teams involved. You have to be really flexible, obviously. You have to be ready to play. When they give you a first pitch time, be ready to go.
Well, that's why you see teams. Texas was one who did it, who brought a couple guys, their starters, Harrison and Volantis, out of the bullpen, just because things like this happen where you might have to bring a guy back on a short rest because of the weather changing up, all kind of stuff. You just never know what's going to happen in the postseason, and you want your guys prepared. So, but the coaches will preach. You can't let the outside variables affect how you play, because you have to deal with weather, but so does the other team. So it's just a matter of if you let it affect you and that other team doesn't, then obviously you're going to lose that ball game.
I thought that was something that stood out last night about Miami. They tried to keep it as flat line as much as possible. There was tension in the air. It was a 2 versus 3 matchup. It was a tight game. But I thought the Hurricanes handled things well. And they ended up sticking with it, getting those 5 runs late, and walking away with a 10-5 win.
I agree with you, and I think a lot of it has to do with J.D. Arteaga, their head coach. Just so chill, his demeanor just in the game. Obviously was a guy that has a outstanding career on the mound at UM. I mean, he's one of those that's how he pitched, and so he managed the game just like that.
Another fly ball to Pascal. Myers retired, 2 down.
And a lot of times teams will take on the persona of their head coach, and Miami last night didn't let the ups really get them too high, and the downs didn't either, and they were able to come out victorious.
They had the big 8th inning with the 5 runs to knock off Troy, send Troy to this game here today. Miami will take on Florida as one of the great rivalries gets rekindled. They've met twice this year, a couple of wins for the Gators. 3rd game was rained out. Gets away from the catcher. Cavill will head down to second. Florida over the last 35 games has been in control of this series. 26 wins in those 35 games, but all time, it's just a 2-game difference in wins between the two teams. Gators with 138 wins, Hurricanes 136 wins. That's a lot of meetings, first and foremost, but that's close. And 1 tie thrown in for good measure in the all-time series. Talk more about it tonight, 8 o'clock Eastern Time, ACC Network. That's out of play, make the stands. There you see it, 138, 136, and 1 edge for the Gators. Florida took 2 in the regular season. And it's been advantage Florida when it comes to the NCAA tournament. Your guy behind the plate wants history to change itself.
He's texting him.
No, he's hearing about all the, Lance Cormier was talking about your look.
Yeah, Fu Manchu, Mohawk. But he's got to let the boys know that, hey, Florida's ready. They have the 2-game lead on the series you just mentioned. But one thing, you go on those notes and you start finding out the moment Kevin O'Sullivan got here, that series has absolutely changed. He has dominated the Hurricanes.
We'll see what happens tonight. Aiden King, the Florida ace, will be on the mound. A.J. Siskar getting the start for Miami here at Condren. Chop foul.
Yeah, since Kevin O'Sullivan's gotten here, they've won over 70% of the ball games against UM.
3-2 the count to Nelson.
Where would that put you if you just did that?
You know the show Wheel of Fortune?
Yeah.
Imagine me laying on the Wheel of Fortune wheel and being spun around for the entire 30 minutes.
I mean, that's
the
the difference.
I would be on Dizzy Street for the rest of my.
That's the difference in kids and adults equilibrium. Like right there, if an adult did that, we wouldn't walk. She gets up, right back to it, gonna go do it again.
I would take the safe way. Hold hands down the hill. Don't want to wipe out. That's good.
Give me the railing.
She's going down again for another spin. That's inside for a ball. 2 on with 2 out for Troy here in the 7th.
Oh, Drew Nelson, really good at bats.
Uh-oh, hang on. Let's see. Not quite dizzy bat. A little unsteady maybe, but looking for more. Oh, boy.
Okay, yeah, little.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Yeah, that's good. Keep the toes pointed out. Better base. All right. Smiling. Heading back to the top. I was going to say, I was hoping she was a Troy or Rider fan, because if she was a Florida or Miami fan, by doing the multiple barrel rolls down the hill, you were not going to make it to first pitch tonight.
We mentioned that haymaker heavyweight fight. Virginia Southern Miss. Virginia throws up a 4 spot in the extra frame, and they take the victory, eliminating Southern Miss.
So one of the national seeds is gone. Southern Miss eliminated, and that's of great interest to the teams here in Gainesville because the winner in Hattiesburg will take on the winner here in Gainesville as we take a look at that part of the bracket. So Southern Miss eliminated by Virginia in 10. So Virginia will play a second elimination game tomorrow against the loser of the Little Rock Jacksonville State game.
And don't sleep on either one of those teams, right? Little Rock gave LSU last year everything they wanted. The national champions, they took them to the if necessary game. And then Jacksonville State's a team out of the Conference USA.
That's off the
Green
double
bag.
base at first. It's got to hit the white base to be fair. It hit the green base.
But Jacksonville State, 23-7 in Conference USA, a program record 47 wins. Wow, good shot off the green bag.
Two and two, the count to Sean Darnell with 2 on and 2 out here in the bottom of the 7th. Skipped up, blocked by the catcher, Schuett. And we talked about it last inning. He caught, what was the final tally? 67 pitches in
Right,
that
yeah, 67 in that one inning.
6th inning. I think the plate umpire is going to give Nick a little extra time.
Talk to the ball boy.
Starting to rain here, by the way, very lightly in Gainesville, but you can tell visibility is going down a little bit. Call it a bit of a heavy mist at the moment. Not enough to run for cover, and there's really not much to it. That's how to play. You always look for one of the tells is the grounds crew positioning themselves to sprint on the field. And
where's the NCAA site rep?
yes.
Stay away, stay away.
For now, they're in hiding, which is good. Long at bat for Sean Darnell. Diving play made at second. Medlock loves it to end the inning.
That's the way you want to get out of an inning right here. Got to love the defensive effort. Elliot Medlock, full extension dive. The Bronx coming to the plate.
Well, as quickly as the light rain started, looks like it stopped, which is good news for us here in Gainesville. Cloudy skies now as we continue along in this elimination game. Nick Schuett will lead things off for the Rider Broncs, the MAC regular season and tournament champions from Lawrenceville, New Jersey. Looking to make a comeback against Troy. It was 4-2 Rider, but then Troy scored 9 in that 6th inning. That's where we stand right now, 11-4. Game 1 of 2 for us today here at Condren. 1-1 to Schuett, 2 for 3 today, singled in the 4th and again in the 6th. Rider junior catcher is hit in 10 straight games. And the count 2-1. Noah Thigpen, the 4th pitcher used by Troy today. And Lance talked about the challenge for, in this case, Skylar Meade. Just trying to maximize what you can from your arms in the bullpen now, win this game, and have something left in the tank tomorrow in another elimination game.
Yeah, as coaches, you run across the conundrum of, do I use a guy and let him go the whole way? Do I and waste him for the rest of the time? Do I use a bunch of guys, keep him at a short pitch count to where I can bring them back? That's the tough part.
Popped up on the infield. For the moment, the pitcher was under it, and then Josh Pine made everybody know it's his ball. One away.
He's like, have you seen the plays I've already made? Yo, get out of here.
And by the way, you're a pitcher. No offense, but I know I'm going to catch this on the mound, but clear the area.
I mean, how much easier would it just be to the pitcher? He was standing right there.
Did that drive you crazy?
Yes.
Did that drive you crazy that you would be called off by guys sprinting in when it's like directly above you coming down into your glove?
It really did, because, you know, for the most part, when it comes to baseball, pitchers, what do? I think more often than not, you're shagging batting practice, catching fly balls in batting practice.
So you are elite fly ball catchers.
I wouldn't say elite. I'm just saying you catch fly balls.
Saying that in your defense. Here's another one. Once again, right around the mound. And Thigpen's like, this one. And look at it, he's like, guys, I don't have to break a sweat. It'll come right down to me.
And literally, the first one, he was on the front of the mound. Pine goes to the front of the mound. Right there, Thigpen goes off the back of the mound, right under it. And that's where it ended up again.
So I write down 5 on my scorecard for the 2 pop-ups. I could have easily wrote 1, but no, we'll move on. Pinch hitter coming up here for the Rider Broncs. Senior getting a chance. AJ Labruciano. Takes ball 1. Batting for Crespo here in the 8th. .43rd at bat for Bruciano this year. Getting a chance here to swing it in the NCAA tournament. 2-1. How about that? Senior with the pinch hit. Dugout loves it as AJ rounds first with a 2-out single here in the 8th. He was 3 for 42 at the plate during the season, but gets the opportunity here in the NCAA tournament as a pinch hitter.
And if that happens to be his last at bat, what a way to go out right there.
100%.
Nice job by Coach Davis putting the senior in. And heck, he had to go out there and get that good swing off. 2-1 fastball laced into left field.
Here's Matt Leahy. Takes strike one. Leahy 1 for 3 today. 3 for 7 in the regional. Singleton scored in the third. That was Ryder's first run. And he's got another hit. He's had a regional to remember. 2 on, 2 outs for the Bronx here in the 8th. So after getting a couple of pop-ups, a couple of well-struck singles for Laburciano, and now Leahy, and back to the top of the order for Gallagher. Gallagher walked in the first, again in the third. Reached on an error in the fifth, was robbed of a hit by Darnell at second in the seventh. Strike one. One and one. Rider making their first NCAA tournament appearance since 2023. They're 16th all time. 2 and 1. Hung tough with Florida yesterday. Had the lead late, but in the end, the Gators pulled it out in walk-off fashion. 2-1. Just missed. 3 and 1. Skylar Meade's team in the NCAA tournament for the first time since 2023. They had the heartbreak last year during the selection show of not hearing the name called. First team outs, according to the tournament committee. They bounced back this year to make the tournament as an at-large selection. And now trying to pick up a win in the NCAA tournament. And if they can hold on, they'll play again tomorrow at noon. Runners go on the 3-2. Another 3-2. Another foul ball. Swung on and missed. Thigpen pumped up after getting the strikeout to retire the side. After 7.5, 7-run lead for Troy. Let's take a look at our Capital One rewarding performance. This performance covers 2 games. Drew Nelson last night had the big home run, even though it turned out to be a loss for Troy against Miami, but they showed that fight, and we saw that fight on display in the 6th inning today. And guess who was in the middle of it? Nelson, with the bases loaded, delivered the second bases clearing double of the inning for Troy as they plate 9, and that's been the difference in the game here today.
Yeah, 3 for 7 in the 2 games, 5 RBI, but what was not shown, how about the robbed 3-run home run that he had the inning before that home run last night? So that's a big-time performance by Nelson.
7th pitcher of the game for Rider is getting loose. Connor Flynn, the freshman from Montrose, PA, will make his NCAA tournament debut.
Yeah, I like how Coach Davis is doing it, right? You let the senior get out there, but you also get the freshman in, right? And anytime they get an opportunity to get some postseason experience, this is going to be valuable in the maturation and development of the players. Flynn's got a really good arm, boy. The fastball can climb all the way up to 95 miles an hour. Comes down to throwing strikes, though. 19 walks in those 25 innings. And he doesn't have an easy go about it right now as the rain starts to pick up a little bit.
Yeah, it's light rain right now. And I am seeing grounds crew people, and now you're seeing grounds crew people getting a little close for comfort to the field.
No, they're just here early. The
for
Florida
the
fans,
game,
yeah,
they're
Florida
just
fans
getting
for the next game.
positioned to prepare the field for the next
They just
game.
want a really good seat. They're
Well, all jokes aside, we can play through this. If it's just light rain, we have yesterday dealt with lightning in the area. Oh, Century Tower, we're on visibility watch right now.
we have hope because we can still. There's a glimpse of it.
We can still make out the official name of the swamp. Well, not as we zoom out, though. We need the really long extended lens. We're still good. I'm still saying we're good. We're good.
Love your confidence.
Boroff with the swing and the miss. Count now 2-2. He's got a couple of hits today, including an RBI. Single back in the 6th inning. Feels more like a heavy mist than a rain right now. Although, as I say that, the lower stands are now, everybody's gone
empty.
back under the overhang.
I love how the players in the dugout, though, they stay on the top step. They're like, if my guys are out there getting wet, I'm going to stay out here and get wet.
There's ball 4 as Boroff takes a walk. Are you kidding me? A light rain shower in the 80s compared to some of the weather they had to deal with playing in the MAC this year?
Yeah, what did the coach tell a story about?
The Niagara trip especially seemed to be a little raw.
Not a recipe for success, 200 pitches in a ball game, but yeah, a trip to Niagara in April. Yeah, I'll take this all day.
Fly ball hit deep to left field, and it is up and off the wall. Being sent around with another Troy run is Boroff. You mentioned before about Markham being the guy without the hit. I think he heard you because he's got the hit.
Houston Markham, the RBI double right here, coming in as the only guy to not get a hit in the Troy lineup. Gets a fastball out over the plate. A little backside double for Markham. He says, put a 1 in that column for me.
So that completes it for Troy. All 9 in the order have at least 1 hit here today. And considering they have 12 hits total as a team, gives you an idea how they've just been spreading it out, passing the bat here today.
A couple guys, Pine and Nelson and Boroff with 2 hits and everybody else with a single hit. Now, mix in a bunch of hit by pitches and walks. You have 9 walks and a couple hit by pitches, so you got a lot of base runners.
Markham on the third on the wild pitch. 2-0 the count to Aaron Pisecki. Blocked by Schuett.
Wow. Like, he has been unbelievable back there. You know he's tired.
Well, think about it.
Right? Caught all game yesterday, and then he's 200-plus pitches.
200-plus pitches.
And still just giving every bit of effort out there, blocking up balls.
Three and one. That's hit it to the gap in left center field. That gets down for a base hit. Markham comes in to score. Pisecki to second with an RBI double. Troy extends their lead in the eighth.
I mentioned earlier, right, you want your offense to just catch fire. Right now, Troy's offense is feeling really good. Opportunities to continue to pile on runs right here. Pisecki, another opposite field double. He had to hustle more for his, though. Markham was able to coast on in.
Casey Aubin out to talk with the freshman. Bringing the infield in as well. Troy scored 1 run through the first 4 innings. They had 2 on the board by the end of the 5th inning. They were down 4-2 going to the bottom of the 6th, but then 9 runs in the 6th. They've added 2 here in the 8th to pull away from Rider in this elimination game. All smiles in that Troy dugout. Here's another one. This time I think it's the umpire who gets the worst of it. James Ainsworth. And now it's Schuett who has to give him a moment.
Mr. James Ainsworth,
he got
playing umpire?
He got the day off yesterday, right?
Yeah.
You talked about that before. You talked with him on his way here to Gainesville. Does he get the day off tomorrow?
He does.
Okay.
You get the day off before, the day off after.
Because he's going to need it.
Yeah. How about I didn't know he said he's a teacher. I don't know if it's high school, middle school, or elementary school, but like that's his real job. And obviously you play Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and there's some tough travel days. He said there's been a couple times this year he's rolled straight from the airport, flying in, going to school at 6:30, 7 o'clock in the morning. But he did say he's going to get to retire pretty soon, so it's just going to be umpiring from then on out. He was pretty excited when he said that.
He'd rather retire before any more foul tips off the mask. 2-1 to Pine. Popped up and playable. Foul grounds. Magulik's got it. One down here in the bottom of the 8th. 6th plate appearance for Blake Cavell. If you're wondering why this game is pushing 4 hours, you start talking about over 200 pitches for one team and multiple plate appearances, like 6 plate appearances for somebody. It's going to be a long one. That was foul ball.
Do you ever find out how long the bottom of the 6th was? How many minutes? I know we had 67 pitches, but with 5 pitching changes and all the stuff that happened, it's a long inning.
I don't know if I can put a number on it.
What did it feel like?
Eternity comes to mind. 101. Well, the mist letting up again, so that's good. Keep us on schedule for that 8 o'clock start between Miami and Florida on the ACC network.
That's Mother Nature just watering the field, just saving the grounds crew.
Yeah,
They're like, you
don't
guys
have to
worked
you
really
don't have
hard.
to hose the dirt. We can just play.
Y'all worked really hard yesterday.
Yeah.
Just let me take care of watering the field.
Yep. That hits Cavill, so he's aboard. After starting out 0 for 2, Blake has singled in the 5th, walked in the 6th, walked in the 7th, and now hit by a pitch in the 8th. That's one way to get your on-base percentage in the right direction, although it's a painful way sometimes.
That was a very old man run right there. that's a veteran of.
We did not ask Blake how old he was. He struck me as a guy who was, older than his years. That kind of mature guy that.
Well, he talked about the JUCO route.
Yep.
Right. He went on Google and said best junior college in America to play baseball.
From Australia.
Yep, the Aussie.
Wanted to play in the States. Yep. So you do the Google search.
Right. So you got 2 years in JUCO. He's got 1 year at Western Kentucky, and this is his second year at Troy. So he's 5 years in.
By the way, Northwest Florida was the answer that came up. So that's where.
Props to their SEO department, getting them #1 when you pull up best JUCO baseball in America. Johnson County won the Junior College World Series recently. I think they went 67-3. But he's like, yeah, Googled it. So if you're looking for a chance to play and you have some doubts, right, get on Google, start emailing everybody you can. There's a uniform out there for everybody. But if he was 18, 19, going to junior college, you got 5. He's every bit of 23.
We were talking to Brendan Lawson yesterday. He was a hockey player, the Florida shortstop. He was a hockey player. Decided he wanted to be a baseball player. But, in order to be seen, if you're in Canada, they love the Blue Jays. You saw last year in the World Series, everything. But, in order to play at the highest level, they'd hop on a bus from Toronto and bus 26 hours to come down south to some of those showcases just to be seen. And the efforts you have to make when you want to be seen, whether it's a shortstop trending as an All-American for Florida, trending as a high draft pick, or a guy like you see on your screen right now, this absolute beauty who is going to be, well, I'd say he'd be mortified to know that he was having a little bit problem with the water coming out of it, but I think that's all part of his vibe. That's all part of his brand right there, what we just witnessed for that last 90 seconds during the pitching change. Dylan Kane is the new pitcher for Rider. That's pitcher number 8 used tonight for the Bronx. Dave Corus has your answer, by the way. Statistician, you want to know the answer?
41 minutes in the bottom of the 6th. So think of, we were talking about Nick Schuett, the catcher. 41 minutes of squatting. Up, down, up, down. Dylan Kane, 15th appearance on the year, 2-1. Going to get some valuable postseason experience.
Janicki's finding his swing here in this elimination game. He's got another RBI single. Another run for Troy. 14-4 in the 8th. Third RBI of the game for the SBC Player of the Year.
Another hard hit ball, 105 mile an hour. Just a line drive over the second baseman. Such a beautiful swing.
Stephen Meyer with runners on the corners and 1 down. Takes ball 1. Meyer singled and scored in the second, walked and scored in the sixth. 1-1. Out of play, 1-2. Kane, the freshman from Manalapan, New Jersey, making his second appearance of the postseason through 2 innings against Fairfield in Game 3 of the MAC tournament. Trying to be the 8th and final pitcher used by the Bronx today. One-two. Fly ball, shallow left field, long way to go, and getting there in time is Leahy. It'll go into the books as a sacrifice fly as Cavill scores the 15th run for Troy.
For Meyer, that goes as a frustrated at bat where you flare one and then Blake Cavill picks you up, scoring from third on the sac fly. Turns that 0 for 1 to an 0 for 0.
Drew Nelson, 3 RBIs today. Been on base 4 times. Takes ball 1. Going to be a pretty quick turnaround from this game to the Florida-Miami game. We know the grounds crew here can handle it. 8 o'clock Eastern time, scheduled first pitch here at Condren. Three and 1 to count to Drew Nelson. Eighth batter to come to the plate here in the 8th for the Trojans. Good pitch. 3-2.
Yeah. A little change up, 3-1. You find yourself in a hitter's count. That's how you have some success on the mound. You got to be able to go backwards, which means off speed and hitters counts when they're expecting fastballs.
Just missed for ball 4. Nelson walks for the 3rd time today. Pinch runner here for Troy. Dylan Cool into the game. Darnell, the 9th, to come to the plate here in the 8th. Barring a Wild Rider comeback, it'll be Troy playing at noon Eastern time tomorrow against the loser of our next game between Miami and Florida. 2-0. 2-1. Grounded foul wide of first, and it's 2-2. Six seniors in the lineup for Troy. Good veteran group. Janicki, a sophomore. Boroff, a junior. Markham, a sophomore. Swing and a miss. Kane gets the strikeout, and that will do it for Troy in the eighth. We head to the ninth here in Gainesville, 15-4. See a line score, quiet, buzzing along until we got to that bottom of the sixth inning, and Troy went to work with a 41-minute half inning. They added 4 more in the bottom half of the inning, and they're on top by 11 over Rider. Last chance here for the Bronx, last swings. 2, 3, 4 in the lineup, due up against the new pitcher for Troy, Tate Farquhar.
Got another arm out here. This is only his 5th game, 5th appearance. Some good, again, mentioned the postseason experience, and when you got the 11-run lead, you're going to try to do everything you can to save some pitching. So Tate Farquhar's getting an opportunity.
Transfer over from Michigan State, made 1 appearance in the Sun Belt Tournament, went an inning and 2/3, didn't give up a run or a hit. So he's on, trying to finish things off here for Troy and send them to their 2nd elimination game of this Gainesville Regional, which comes tomorrow, noon Eastern time, here at Condren Ballpark against the loser of our next game between Florida and Miami. Caden Reeves now behind the plate. The freshman takes over for Janicki. Get him off his feet with the game coming up at noon tomorrow. Farquhar starts with ball 1 to Eric Hartman. Hartman 2 for 4 with an RBI today. Senior takes ball 2. It's 2-0. Championship season for the Bronx, taking the MAC regular season and tournament titles. Getting here to the NCAA tournament 3 years ago, they stunned Coastal Carolina in Conway. And here in 2026, under acting head coach Barry Davis, this one is cranked to right. How about this? Eric Hartman, the senior, goes deep for the home run. Salute to the bullpen And the dugout comes out to salute one of the seniors who's taking the slow trot around the bases.
I love it.
I would go extra slow too, Eric. Well done.
Soak it in. I mean, have a day. 30 for 5. The one of the ones was a line out.
I guarantee you Eric would take a win in another game here tomorrow, first and foremost. But if this is the final game and your final swing is a home run in the NCAA tournament at Florida, that's one that you'll be telling the grandkids about.
Yeah, that's definitely a consolation prize when it comes to that. You're right. I mean, everybody wants to win, but what a way to go out for the senior. I'm telling you, he lined out. I mean, a rocket. He also had an opportunity where it looked like he was just seeing the ball so well. Good at bat the whole day. Much love to the boys.
Yep. Hugs from everyone. One-on-one the count to Neareye. 1-2. Two and two. Kyle Redshirt Jr. from Williamstown, New Jersey. First team all-conference in the MAC twice. There's that guy, P.J. Craig. MVP of the MAC tournament. Ground ball to the shortstop. Off balance throw across the diamond is not going to be in time. And Neareye beats it out for his first hit of the afternoon.
I'll make the first hit of the regional. Went 0 for 3 with a walk yesterday, so gets in the hit column. Nice hustle.
Looks like we're getting a pinch runner here. Griffin Pouvel will come on to run as Kyle will jog off. Fantastic season for the first team all-conference selection. Here's the senior Anthony Pascal. Take strike one. Pascal 0 for 4 today. His regional memory that he'll take from here, grand slam against Florida Gators yesterday. Came in the 8th inning to tie the game, a game that Rider would eventually lead in the 8th inning before Florida came back to pick up the win. Gators coming up in about an hour from now. That's the scheduled start time for their showdown with Miami here in a matchup of teams 1 and 0 in the Gainesville Regional. Up high for a ball, 1-2 to Pascal. Base hit to left field by the senior. Hoovel down to second, and Pascal has his second hit of the regional.
Like you mentioned, obviously the Grand Slam is going to be remembered, but also, hey, if this is the last at bat again, another senior getting a knock.
Here's the sophomore first baseman, Charlie Magulik. Ball one from Farquhar. Line shot to right. That gets down for a base hit. Runners had to hold, so the bases will be loaded for the Bronx here with nobody out in the ninth inning.
A lot of excitement right there. Charlie Magulik, the sophomore, average is going to go up, 351 with that knock. That's 3 for 5. Ends the season on a 22-game hitting streak. A lot to like with his swing. Defense at first base. I mean, he had 10 doubles, 9 home runs, 48 RBI. Solid campaign.
Something Troy would rather not do, but they get another arm going in the bullpen as Brady Richardson gets loose, as Farquhar's given up a home run and 3 straight singles. Nobody out here in the ninth inning. Comfortable lead for Troy, but one swing of the bat, it could get a little less comfortable, and Nick Schuett knows what to do at the plate here in Florida. He hit the 2-run home run to put Ryder in front of Florida in the 8th inning yesterday. Check to swing, ball one. That's out of play, 1-1. See Ryder, you know, they ran through a lot of pitchers. They were just trying to keep the deficit manageable, but you think about those 4 runs that Troy scored in the bottom half of the 8th inning. If they don't score those runs, it's 11-5. You got the threat going here. Those 4 runs could come in very handy for Troy if things continue on this path for the Trojans.
Also allows you to stay away from more of your high leverage arms, which you're obviously going to need if you feel like you're going to make a run. But you're right, Eric, those 4, a 4 spot. I mean, you got to think a double right here in the gap. Scores 2, scores 3, and you'd be looking at an 11-8 game with tying run on deck if you didn't have that 4 spot. But got to give credit to the Troy hitters. They didn't coast and put it on cruise control. Continue to stockpile some runs.
Good pitch. Changeup swung on and missed. Schuett goes down on strikes, 1 down. They'll bring up Elliot Medlock. He's 1 for 4 today. We've passed the 4-hour mark in this elimination game. Teams have combined to use 13 pitchers. This one is headed out towards the gap in left center field, but it will stay in the air for Dylan Cool, the new left fielder. Sacrifice fly will score a run. 2 runs in the inning now for Ryder, and it's 15-6.
Yeah, it's like a meaningless little sac fly, but for Elliot Murdoch, that's RBI number 40. That gives Ryder, they're going to be one of 15 teams in the NCAA with 6 guys with 40 or more RBI. That's a balanced lineup.
Line drive to left. Ryder continues to put the ball in play. This will score a run. Ball grabbed by the pitcher. Farquhar on the backup as A.J. Labruciano comes through with his second hit.
Go for
since
it.
entering the game.
You gotta love it. We see some seniors coming up and just getting it done.
So AJ came up earlier last inning. And we talked about, well, got his 4th hit. Great moment, but how about 2 hits in an NCAA regional? And it may be enough to make a pitching change here for Troy as Skylar Meade is making the walk out to the mound.
Yeah, AJ was like, hey, last at bat, I've got a hit. Oh, wait up, I got to go up again. Let me make sure I continue that thought process.
And another pitcher coming in now for Troy. This will be the 6th pitcher used, as Brady Richardson get the glove and the hand check before he comes out to try to put this one away for Troy. If Troy is able to put this one away, they will play at noon tomorrow against the loser of our next game between Florida and Miami. I have not heard anything about changing the start time because we're within an hour of when that game's supposed to start.
Well,
so
this obviously, we ran into that yesterday. If they don't start at 8 and it goes past midnight, then you obviously have to push that one back.
Well, we'll see what happens here, but it's Florida, Miami, 8 o'clock Eastern time, ACC Network, in a matchup of 1-0 teams. The winner of that game will play tomorrow, 5 o'clock Eastern time, against the winner of that noon elimination game. The key is the winner of the game tonight between Florida and Miami will be 2-0 in this double elimination format. So they'll need to win just once to advance on to the Super Regionals. The team that advances from that elimination part of the bracket would need to win twice. Brady Richardson, the freshman, on the mound here for Troy, trying to end it.
Yeah, the two-way player. Only 3 at-bats on the year, but he's gotten a lot more opportunities. 15th appearance. 17 innings. Fastball's really lively. And it's a big thing where if they can get him in the zone with the velocity up to 95, slider changeup, going to be able to lower that ERA. You see the 7 walks in the 17 innings. I mean, young kids at home, it just comes down to be throwing strikes. You can have the best stuff you can imagine. If you can't throw the ball over the plate, not going to get many outs.
So Richardson gets loose. 6th pitcher that Skylar Meade has had to use today. He also is the pitching coach for this Troy team. So if this game ends with a Troy victory, a lot of rest, recovery, and all hands and arms on deck tomorrow at noon, it would appear.
Yeah, that's a situation where he doesn't walk around and ask if you can go. He's just assuming, hey, it's just the season on the line. You got your shoes on, you got your glove in the bullpen, you better be ready to rock.
So here's Matt Leahy. 2 for 4 today, 4 for 8 in the regional, with 2 down and 2 on. And he takes ball 1. Five hits in the inning for Ryder. They've out-hit Troy 15-14. But the walks and the hit batters really piled up to hurt Ryder today. Troy took advantage.
$15 free passes for Ryder pitching staff.
2-1 now to Leahy.
So you add that up with the hits, that's 29 base runners.
And that's why we have a 4-hour and 8-minute game and counting right now.
I mean, the Auburn-NC State game started the same time as us.
Popped up, this should do it. It's on the infield. Josh Pine, the third baseman, calling for it. He's got it. Troy's got to win, and they'll play tomorrow. They'll continue along in the Gainesville Regional. 15-7 is the final. The season comes to a close for the Ryder Broncs. They made a lot of noise yesterday against the host from Florida. Made the Gators sweat and then some, but in the end, Ryder goes 0-2 here in this Gainesville Regional. Troy advances on. They'll play Sunday noon Eastern time against the winner of our next game, scheduled for 8 Eastern time. We are just guessing that the start time may slide a little bit because this game went long. We'll figure it out. We'll find out. We'll pass it along. But we'll see ACC Network coming up in about an hour for Florida and Miami.